Many of us have seen the movie Little Big Man. Remember Jack Straw? Remember Jack Straw? The irony of that life, the humor of that life, and the position that the Jack Straws of the world occupied in the eyes of the, for lack of a better word, Euro-American majority. The perspective on the Indian scout was that, yeah, he got his few pieces of gold, but he was a traitor. He had turned on other Indians. He was an opportunist or worse. And when the fighting was over, poof, brush him aside. Well, that's exactly what happened here in Natick. I've taken a glancing look at Bodge's book, Soldiers in King Philip's War. It's literally a chronicle of the paymasters who were associated with the 15 companies that fought in King Philip's War. Praying Indians and other Indian combatants hardly get a mention. But any number of other officers, authors, Copplestone for one comes to mind, who had an encyclopedic knowledge of the war, and on and on and on, excuse me, if the names don't come to mind, forgive me, reference Natick as playing a central role in the war. And as I mentioned to you in a previous meeting, that central role was sufficiently effective so that in August of 1676, Philip's troops were dispersed and he was cornered at Mount Hope. He wasn't cornered at Mount Hope, by the way. He went back to Mount Hope to die. And he was literally slain by aldermen on, I believe, August 11th, new calendar of 1676, in his tribal homeland. That happens to be the night, you guys that took Astronomy 101, correct me if I'm not mistaken, of the Pleiades meteor shower. Why was that significant? Because those meteorites, as we know them, were the trail native spirits returning to Manitou. By the way, the gun that slew him, in part, is in the possession of the Massachusetts Historical Society. Alderman's flintlock mechanism is possessed by the Society, along with Captain Church's sword that went into combat against Philip. I want to touch on some other points, but I want to recess briefly. George is here if you want to chat with him. John Elliott is here if you want to chat with him. He hasn't been seen around here in 350 years. And Caring Hands comes into town occasionally. And there are a few descendants of the Praying Indians still living among us. They were here at our last meeting, and perhaps we'll have an opportunity on another day to talk with them as well. But for now, let's take a few minutes to have some refreshments, to relax. The restrooms are up to the right around the corner, and then we'll gather again in 10 minutes and finish up. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, let's regather and continue with our journey through the 18th century. As we've talked about the Praying Indians, we've talked about Paleo Indians, and then the arrival of the English. In about 1715, Natick begins to undergo significant change. What's interesting about Natick then, as opposed to today, is not what you might think. Perhaps the biggest feature, aside from it being on a river, and due west of Boston, about 15 miles, is that it's part of an alluvial valley. And in layman's terms, that translates into nice, rich bottomland. And it's hard to make an analogy, but I'm going to try. And that is to a dirt farmer in the 18th century in New England, a land of flinty hills that had been scraped clean by the glaciers. Nice, rich bottomland was the jackpot. So it's no accident, for instance, that Dedham, of which Natick was originally part of a grant made by the colony of the king, I cannot remember, was very upset when the general court allowed Eliot to settle here with his praying Indians and take possession of roughly 4,000 contiguous acres, which stretched over into Wellesley, down into Dover and Sherburne, north up into Sudbury, and west out into Sherburne and Framingham. After the war, the ranks of the praying Indians were decimated. Along with war comes disease. In fact, typically there are more casualties associated with disease than combat in any war. And so the ranks of the praying Indians were seriously depleted, and they had never been all that large to begin with. Historians estimate that no more than 150, 175 lived here at any time. And it occurs to me, by the way, we're honored by the presence of James Morley, a past president of the Natick Historical Society this evening. And Jim has written a marvelously detailed pamphlet on the praying Indians, which is available upstairs at the desk, Jim, in the past, and is in the collections of the Historical Society, which you can purchase or withdraw from the library. And it's quite inclusive and fascinating. But the point is that Natick is a microcosm. It's very small. There's a great deal of support from England. There's a great effort. But as the years go by, there are no more Native Americans who have been won to Christ. One of our audience members tonight said to me, please remember, Natick is associated with Harvard. Eliot, in fact, when he's not proselytizing and set up praying Indian villages and preaching to his own congregation in Roxbury, where he found the energy, I'll never know, translating books and publishing hymnals, Eliot's busy setting up schools, including the Roxbury Latin School, probably the most prestigious private day school in the country for centuries, and still to this day very active and widely regarded. He set up a vocational school that sits, interestingly enough, on Elliott Street in Jamaica Plain, that is still active after 300 and some odd years, where indeed our younger daughter attended as a child, if I recall. I think we still got that old wooden lamp stuck in the basement somewhere that she made at age 10. And he also participated, when he wasn't busy sitting on the jury that expelled Anne Hutchinson from Massachusetts colony. He was a very doctrinaire Puritan. He was one of the elders, along with Cotton and Savage and the others. He was very active over at Harvard. I wouldn't be surprised if he sat on the board over there. And he helped found an Indian college. And the Puritans were so intent on winning Native America to Christ that they started educating Native Americans to become members of the clergy. In fact, one eventually became one. His name was Tecumseh. There's a trail named after him. His pulpit sits in the collections of the Historical Society. And there are a number of others who entered Harvard, but fell prey to the vicissitudes of English disease, tuberculosis typically, and only one actually graduated. The requirements were simple. Anybody could do it in order to become a member of the Puritan clergy. All you had to do was learn Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, along with Scripture, and become an accepted member of the church, which meant that you had to declare your sanctity. Literally, you had to declare yourself as sanctified and stand before a jury of clergymen and peers in order to gain admission. A number of Native Americans did here in Natick. And I think there was one more church convened at Upton Grafton. Most of the congregants attended. But again, remember the promise. Think for a minute, particularly those of you who are born in Christ. The promise was that by entering into the church, by taking Christ as your Savior, you would be not only fulfilling prophecy, you not only would find succor and comfort in Jesus Christ the Lord, but you would be participating in the second coming. So they were won to it. And indeed, I've read their deathbed confessions They died with it in their hearts. The former Wellesley professor, a woman who was descended from some of the early English settlers who collected some of those deathbed confessions. But time is no respecter of us. Indeed, all of us eventually will pass on, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. And so did they. And English farmers began to descend on Natick like bees on pollinating flowers. By about 1750, most of the native population was gone. Although interestingly, there are a dozen names enshrined on the monument in the Indian burial spot over in Pond Street who fought in the American Revolution. One reference I found says that one of them was in George Washington's lifeguard, which was a synonym for bodyguard during the war. Where they fought, I'm not sure. There's an interesting chronicle in possession of the Needham Historical Society that describes some of them. We do know another by name. Those names are there for your reading, but we know Crispus Attucks. He is a prototypical Natick, Native American, African American. After the war, the women married slaves. There were 34 of them here in town, according to the census of 1754. Trying to remember the exact year, I think it was 54. It's chronicled in Black Walden, which is a book published on the slave population of Concord. There are roughly 4,500, 5,000, 7,000, depends on who you read, slaves in Massachusetts at the time of the Revolution. And as George Sorin mentioned to you, the house in South Natick, the Sorin House, became a gathering spot after that little black child, blowing a bugle, gathered the farmers there. They must have marched up to the Sorin cousin, the Bacon House, right opposite the Army Lab, still stands there, says 1710 on the chimney, and then gone way up north to a house off Winter Street owned by the head of our historical commission. What was the name of the architect, Jim? Can you remember? I can't remember, but Jennison. Jennison's, there are still 5 of Jennison's homes standing in Natick. And they mustered at Jennison, and then they must have run on the double up to the Bloody Triangle. And my theory is that Abel Benson and Abigail Smith, who sounded the Natick alarm, along with every kid that could get a horse by hook or by crook, went off lickety-split and went up to Arlington to see that fight. Talk about something on the stature of the Super Bowl. That was the biggest thing that has happened around here for the last 350 years, at least before Bunker Hill. So Natick begins to change. A new minister is appointed to the pulpit in Natick named Peabody. He's here for 30 years after Takawampat dies, who was Native American, of course. And Peabody has a little problem. Doesn't like Indians. He's in it for the money, and there ain't much money in it, so he ain't too happy. He's succeeded by a fascinating character named Stephen Badger. And now suddenly the Naticks reemerge. Badger is not just a minister, he's a militia captain. And he leads a contingent from Natick up to Fort William and Henry. And for those of you who have been close students of American history, what happens at William and Henry? Does anybody remember? The French trump the English and force them to surrender. And in those days, warfare was, how should we say, a gentleman's game. And they make a deal. They'll parole the whole English army, assuming I think they even left them with their arms, but they had to stack arms, march out formally, and get the heck out of town. Except the last guys out of the fort are Naticks. And remember, the other side is French. And the French Indians, the Indian allies of the French, fall upon the Naticks and proceed to beat the stuffing out of them, stab them, shoot them, and kill a number of them. Why? Could have been the allies of the French were Mohawk, who traditionally were opposed to all the tribes of eastern New England. They used to come down to the seashore in the summer, and as I used to tell you, they used to, as I told you in the last session, they used to take captives and bring them back as hostages or as slaves or as wives, but also to snack on. It was a little bit rough in those days. And then, of course, something interesting happens. A bunch of colonists get very upset about the idea of paying taxes to the English crown in order to support militia companies throughout what we call New England and New York in order to guard against the French. In fact, those militia companies had been in place for 100 years. Literally within a decade after the close of King Philip's War, those French and Indian Wars, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, break out, and the English start garrisoning frontier forts and towns all over New England. And finally, Parliament says, hey, look, where's the money? We're providing you with hard protection. It costs a fortune to supply these guys, to arm these guys, to train these guys, to pay these guys. Pony up and do it in hard currency. And you may recall the colonies, or the colonists, took exception to that. One can make a case that the American Revolution was a direct result of the events of King Philip's War and those French and Indian Wars that followed. Natick plays a role in the American Revolution. Natick plays such a significant role in the American Revolution that it brings English prisoners back to Natick. Their descendants may still be here. Who they are, we don't know. It was not uncommon at all. Some of you who summer on the Cape may have heard the story about an English man of war that ran aground on the Inner Cape, and if I recall, the War of 1812. And so the local militias took responsibility for marching the crew back to Boston. So they got from Provincetown to Wellfleet, and they lost a few English prisoners. And they got from Wellfleet to Eastham, and they lost a few more. And then on to Brewster and Plymouth, and more. By the time they got to Boston, the ship's crew of 250 was about 3 dozen men. So it was not uncommon to integrate prisoners into a community. An economist I've read suggests that life in this town in the later 18th century was not terribly dissimilar to what life was like in England in the 14th and 15th centuries. These were subsistence farmers. Town meeting commences here, by the way. One of our selectmen looked into this about 1720. Many of the records, by the way, burnt in a fire in South Natick in 1872 that preceded the Great Fire up here in Center Natick in 1874. Records were the possession of the town clerk, viewed as the town clerk's personal property. I believe they were in the collections of the Historical Society, Jim, and poof, there's smoke, because the Historical Society building burnt either in the South Natick fire or the Natick Center fire. I'm not sure which, but it was all gone. I'm not sure if town meeting was a Natick town meeting. It could have been a Needham town meeting, because remember, first Dedham, then Needham lays claim to large for all of Natick, and then later parts of Natick. The town itself doesn't incorporate, if I'm trying to recall, I think 1796, which means there had to be a predecessor legal entity, a corporation. By the way, they weren't corporations originally. They were parishes. Remember, these towns were settled as parishes. Puritans thought about the covenant, thought about land, thought about having kids, and thought about community. What's unique about this town, along with hundreds of other New England towns, is that institution, town meeting. It's like we're in possession of the Holy Grail or the Ark of the Covenant. Just nobody noticed. This is the purest and most dynamic form of democracy that probably exists on the face of the earth. And if you don't believe it, look at this town, look at Sudbury, look at Sherburne, look at Wayland, look at town after town after town after town, occupying native space, but very comfortable, and arguably demographically the safest, healthiest, best educated, most comfortable, and happiest towns you've ever seen. I could make an argument that the towns of Metro West are just about the nicest places to live on the face of the earth. Think about what our neighbors in Syria or North Africa are experiencing today. I want to close by summarizing a couple of themes and leaving you with a few thoughts. The first one is based on an interview done by Jill Lepore with a history magazine. And if any of you have read Jill, she's recommended in one of the handouts up there. Subscribers of the New Yorker are familiar with her. She's an academic from Harvard who heads the American Studies program there. She has a scope and a memory which is beyond imagining. Just a mind as big as the world. She's written about so many aspects of American culture and history, it boggles the mind. And the interviewer says, you know, Ms. Lepore, you have a most prodigious memory. And Jill says, are you kidding? I don't have any memory at all. What she's saying is that she's processing vast amounts of information. And the facts and figures are not sticking. And indeed, the more I read, the less I know. And the less I know, the more wondrous and inquisitive I become. Because remember, history is a cartoon. It's just done freehand, real fast, outlined. And maybe you can get a little color into it, but it doesn't happen often. What's important is what it means to you. What's important is how you stick the pieces together. So you can recognize the relationships between history and culture and the environment and how they net up into something significant. I'll talk more about that, by the way, in our final session. I want to close on this thought. I think Natick has two very distinct aspects to its character. The first one is the warm and welcoming nature of the town. If any of you have been to Natick Days, which are held every fall, and stepped around the common, there are literally 100 organizations that are nonprofit volunteer, from the churches to the environmental groups, Big Hearts, Little Feet, that wonderful outreach program that brings kids and adults into the woods to curate our parks and our open spaces. Any number of singing groups and charitable groups, on and on and on. I think that is a direct inheritance from the kinship networks and the open inclusiveness of Natick. Prior to Eliot's arrival, Roger Williams walks through Natick. Roger Williams walks through Natick in 1635. He's been cast out of the colony. It's freezing out. He's stumbling around on a snowy night, walking along what effectively was a game trail and became a Native American trail, and someone takes him in. And that was typical of Native America. They had to. There was too much interdependency. They'd even take their enemies in certain circumstances because they had to. There was no other way to survive. How are you going to find out where the best hunting is, where the best huckleberries are, where the best acorns are? How are you going to sustain your family without making those thousands of little deals that net up to being able to stay alive? And there's another feature to the Natick community. And it's a little bit of a different one, and some of you may find it hard to get your arms around it, because there's an aspect of violence to it. Not violence in the street violence, the thuggish sense of violence, but martial spirit. I mean, let's face it, what else is war except organized, legalized violence? I've read books by good surgeons who say, look, surgical medicine is controlled violence. It's an attack upon the human body in the most sophisticated of ways. They're literally putting a scalpel into you. They're stabbing you. They're tearing you apart. They're removing organs and replacing them, and on and on and on. And so military culture is a very carefully managed, trained, legalized form of violence. It has aspects of hunting in it. And in Natick, this was a martial town. This was a town that gave its soul to Christ and became a town of Christian soldiers. By the way, I'm not proselytizing you. I've already, full disclosure, admitted to being agnostic, and if you put a drink in me, I'd say I'm an atheist. But this town was tough. This town was real tough. It takes some guts to go out on the warpath against your brother and your sister, your mother, your father, your cousin, and literally destroy them. Thomas Sorin marched down to the Great Swamp Fight in North Kingston and was involved in what has been called a massacre. No disrespect, he's a hell of a guy, but 500-600 Native Americans died that day, and the Narragansett were neutral in King Philip's War. The Puritans launched a preemptive strike against them because they were sheltering family that was active among the Nipmuc and Wampanoag. But the Indians were fighting relatives throughout King Philip's War. The praying Indians were fighting relatives. Think about what that would mean to you. Life is hard, folks. They made their deal and not with the devil. And to this day, they have a history of martial engagement that moves right through the center of the American experience. You go up to the Wall of Honor at the high school, and there's Admiral Thomas, direct descendant of the Thomases and the Haskells and the Speens, probably the first African-American admiral in the U.S. Navy. Those are the two signatures of the town. It's no accident that the Natick labs sit up there on Lake Cochituate. No accident at all. It happened by happenstance. I'd love to know why they settled there in 1947, but that's Natick, a warm and gathering place on one hand, a martial town on the other. Upstairs, as you exit, if you walk out to the east, you'll see a Wall of Honor up there. There must be 3,000 names on it. In the Civil War, there's more people who entered into the Union Army out of Natick, whether they lived here or joined here, than practically any other place in America. You know, I forgot, I've got some pictures I wanted to show you real quick, and then I'll settle down and you can go home. I've been relying for the last 2 or 3 years on literary references to the native burial space in South Natick. You can come up and look at this after we're done. It basically says that that whole area around Union Street, Pleasant Street, Shaw Park, you know, the Bacon Free Library is burial ground. There's a number of literary references that confirm it. For some reason, Native America came here to die and be buried. Think of it as a hospice community. I'm not sure why that was, except maybe the family could go fish and hunt while you were passing on, and then they'd bury you there. That's the Badger House, still standing down there in South Natick. It's a private residence. It's been rehabbed, it's been added to, but it still has the flavor of the, I'd call that late colonial, very early Federalist. It's probably been modified. The Sorin House looks nothing whatsoever like its original form. It was probably located about 100, 150 yards away, directly next to the mill dam that's still standing down there. But Thomas died in that house. Minutemen mustered at that house. Has that some meaning for this community? Do you care about that kind of thing? I'm not sure anybody does. There's a proposal to knock it down and salvage parts of it, put them in Shaw Park in a reconstructed version of what the house originally looked like. No archaeology done on the site, no anthropology done on the site. There's a mill dam behind it. There's an historic byway that leads over into Sherburne, where Sorin has built, what, 3 other houses at least? And a mill dam over there. It's a national heritage site, people. But nobody notices. By the way, do we all know there's a National Historic Site in Natick? Everybody raise your hands that knows about the National Historic Site in Natick. Hello? What is it? Nope. Nope. Well, yeah, they're on the register, but that doesn't rise to the level of National Historic Site. What is it? It's the parsonage of the Elliott Church. Horatio Alger, I think he was born there, but he certainly lived there as a child. His father was the minister at the Elliott Church. And who was Horatio? What's that? He was an author. He's the most widely read author in America. He grew up here in Natick. Like his father, he entered the clergy. But for better or for worse, he was gay. And boy, did he take it in the chin. He lived the rest of his life once he got indicted and forced to resign from his first pulpit down in the Cape, and basically went into hiding for the rest of his life. He died a pauper, I believe in the home of his sister, who was named Augusta Cheney, if memory serves. And where's he buried? Del Park. So we've got a little bit of coming out of the closet to do as a community. Natick had some gay culture in a previous age. So there's the Sarin House, and it's really something special. I really hope we can find a way to preserve it in place on one hand, and on the other recognize that it's smack in the middle of a wildlife sanctuary. So you cannot turn it into a carnival. You know, it has to be treated with great delicacy. I don't think, by the way, it needs to be rehabilitated in the interior. It's been through an awful lot of change over the centuries. It's not the Henry David Thoreau house, but I think in keeping it intact and preserving it, and then interpreting in a very careful way the area around it, we'll be able to find some of the crossovers, I'm getting the high sign, between history and the environment. And there to close is the mill dam. There's actually two of them up there. And I think it costs $35 to join Audubon, or you can just pay a small fee and walk in from the north parking lot. And you walk down there on a nice warm spring day or on a nice crisp fall day, and you'll be walking back into 400 years of Natick history. So let me thank all of you for coming tonight, for putting up with me. And remember, we have 2 more sessions. Next week, we'll have Kerry Holmes, and by the way, some extraordinary news about Natick's role, not just in the Civil War, but in the assassination plot in which Abraham Lincoln died. And then on the following week, we'll talk about modern day Natick. Thank you, everybody, and good night.
Welcome back to Conversations. Today on the program, we're going to be talking about some of the political issues that will be coming up in this new year, 2015, and there will be plenty to talk about as we rev up for another presidential election in 2016. Congress comes back to work this month, and so many other issues on the table. And it's great to have back at this table Alan Schechter, who is a professor emeritus at Wellesley College. Alan was on the program before about a year ago when we talked about civil rights and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and its 50-year commemoration of the act, among other things. And he is, of course, knowledgeable and has taught about politics, political science, history, and current events of all kinds. And Alan, welcome back to the program. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Joe. I'm delighted to be back again.
Thank you very much. It's great to have you. Midterm elections just happened not too long ago. And of course, the Republicans had a great sweep in both houses, especially the Senate that wasn't a Republican at this past session. Is this something that is fairly normal given the fact that we're into the second term of a president? And when we look back at 2006 with George Bush and Bill Clinton, and we can go on and on, does this normally happen, or do you think there's some added significance here that may continue on?
Joe, it always happens if a president is elected a second time in the sixth year of his administration, there always is a drop-off. People are dissatisfied. Yeah. The people who voted against him are more dissatisfied because he's gone in directions that they didn't want to go in the first place. And his own supporters begin to become disaffected. That happened to a number of Democrats as well. And Obama's victory initially and in the second term was based to a certain extent on enthusiastic voting by young people and by the minority community. And those are both groups that were expected to fall off in an off-year election and fell off more than was expected, so that the Republican victory was a sweep rather than just a victory. In other words, I thought all along the Republicans would increase their numbers. Nobody could have predicted the degree to which they increased their numbers and the extent to which it was a sweep.
Right, exactly. Thinking of Lyndon Baines Johnson for a minute, since we had talked about him before on the last program, did a prediction of his now come true in terms of the South regarding the Republicans?
To me, that's the most significant part of this past November's elections, because his prediction that the Democratic Party would become the minority party in the country as a result of the Voting Rights Act had virtually become true, but not 100% true. And it's the last two Democrats from Democratic senators from the 11 states of the old Confederacy. Those two seats were lost to Republicans, so now it's entirely Republican, except for Bill Nelson of Florida. And Florida, of course, was an unusual state because of the degree of in-migration of older Northerners, and Virginia, where you've had enormous growth of the federal government employment and people moving into Virginia suburbs who are not part of the traditional South. So Mark Warner of Virginia and Bill Nelson of Florida, those are the only two. Otherwise, it is now uniformly a Republican South. And it's not a moderate Republican South. It's I hate to use the word radical or fundamentalist, but they are far to the right of the Nixon-Eisenhower mainstream of the traditional Republican Party. And let me add one other point. It's not just that the Southerners, that the Republicans are now firmly in control of the southern states in both the House and the Senate, and it's not just that they will probably continue to be firmly in control of the southern states into the foreseeable future. That is, I'm talking 5 years, 10 years, possibly even longer. but it's also the fact that the state houses all have Republican governors and Republican legislatures. So you have one-party control in those states of a Republican nature to a certain extent, like the one-party control that has existed in Massachusetts until this last election.
Well, it swings back. I know some
It swings,
Republicans
yeah.
would think this really, Charlie Baker may not be a true Republican, but that's another story for another time. But getting back, so does this all go back to the civil rights and LBJ, though, as to the Republican stronghold in the South?
Yes, it does, because today the Democratic Party in the South is essentially a party of minority voters who are a minority in all those states. So that you do have Democratic congressmen in the South, but they are all elected in what are called minority districts. That is primarily black voters and urban voters who've been squunched into districts that are heavily Democratic, so that there are fewer pro-Democratic voters in other districts, which leads to the election of more Republican congressmen. So what you have is white Republicans, congressmen, members of the House, and you have black Democratic members of the House. I don't think there's a single, yes, I think there is one white Democrat elected to Congress in the South today in one of those majority-minority districts. But so there's a racial connotation, which clearly is the result of the fracturing that Johnson predicted, and that has continued.
And hence the importance then of governors and legislatures in terms of being able to map out districts to be able to favor.
There's no question that part of the dilemma for the Democrats is that Republican control of state legislatures has led to gerrymandering. Let me pause for a moment to say something that you probably know, Joe. I'm sure you do know, but that gerrymandering comes from Massachusetts.
Yes.
It's a famous bit of history that Elbridge Gerry, the congressman from early Federalist congressman from Massachusetts, had a district that looked like a salamander because it had Cape Cod as the tail of the district. And so it was a combination of Gerry plus Mander, and it became Gerrymander. And then along the way, because people didn't realize that the G was a hard G, it became gerrymander.
So we take credit for something that
we have the history. And it's very unfortunate, and it's a problem around the country because, for example, in the election of 2012, when Obama won re-election and the Democrats had the strong majority in the Senate, the Republicans took control of the House of Representatives. But it's a very interesting and little-known fact that if you sum up the total of votes for Republican members of the House and Democratic members of the House, there were 1 million more votes for Democrats for the House, but Republicans won the House because of the shape of the districts and the membership in the districts. It's an unfortunate anomaly of democratic politics that we have inherited, where the vote total does not reflect, the election results do not reflect the vote total because of the single-member district system that we have.
Right, exactly. I want to kind of back into President Obama using his executive authority on a couple of things by first talking about the fact that it looks like we're in the process, and it'll take quite a while to look at this process in terms of normalizing relations with Cuba after these 50-plus years. What do you think that'll do in Florida, which has been such a key state in terms of elections? I saw some polling that indicated that 68% of the Cubans who live in Florida would be interested in some sort of normalization, and even 80+ percentage of younger folks from Cuba who have grown up here or haven't had the impact. Do you see that as a political swing there that might make a difference in 2016?
Sure, and let's before we end this hour, let's talk more generally about the implications of
Okay.
the November vote for the future the next election.
Right.
But to focus more specifically on executive orders,
Yes.
presidential power, presidential decision-making, and Cuba as an example of that. It's a less important example than what Obama has done with immigration
Sure, yeah.
or with global warming with environmental protection administration, because those are politically more divisive and more powerful, and will have much more of an effect, and are probably more necessary for the future of the country and the world. Cuba is an anomaly. We could continue to go along with the bad relations between Cuba and the United States into the future, as we have for all these years since Castro's rise to power. One of the things that's happened in Florida is that because the strong identification of Cuban Americans with hostility to Cuba, hostility to Castro and the administration there, those people have always voted heavily Republican. The dilemma for them and for the Republican Party in that context is that their children never lived in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
They are descendants of Cuban immigrants. So they're less tied to Cuba and to the land in Cuba, and therefore they tend to be more open, and young people tend to be more accepting of normalization of relations. Now the question of what will the normalization of relations lead to, and is this an example of presidential overreach, as is the argument from the Republican side about the other examples of Obama acting out. It's very interesting that this happened now, the beginning of December, a month after the election. Could it have happened earlier? It looks from today's newspaper, and this is the first information we have, that the negotiations came to agreement suddenly now, that the agreement didn't exist earlier and it hadn't been hidden from the American public and the Cuban public. So there's an element of serendipity about why it happened at this particular time. And the president has the power to, as part of his foreign affairs power, to recognize, to recreate diplomacy with Cuba. So I don't think it's an issue. It certainly isn't a constitutional issue of abuse of power. It's not an example of it's not a meaningful example of the idea of an imperial presidency, because it's within his power. It's just that it's so exceptional and it's such a breakthrough in terms of relations with Cuba. It will be criticized dramatically over the next few weeks. I mean, the opponents have not had an opportunity yet to respond, and there'll be a lot of negative response, but I think it's going to be a very mixed response, and I think it's a very good decision. It's about time that we tried to move Cuba forward by accepting it into a better relationship with the United States.
And it was also very interesting that the Vatican was involved in this process going back some time ago to as well, not just recently.
Yes, absolutely. It's absolutely fascinating, Joe,
Yes, yeah.
because I can't remember in my lifetime an example where the Vatican played an active role in political negotiations between two countries like this. It's obviously happened in the past, but it's not part of one's body of general knowledge. But the fact that Papa Francesco was so involved because he's Argentinian, and therefore the Cubans trusted him to a much greater extent, Cuba being a Catholic, basically Catholic population, but that John Paul was involved with it initially, and Benedict was involved with it, and who knows. And the reason the United States has been pressing so dramatically is because of the fear that the American prisoner there,
Yeah.
who was an Agency for International Development employee, I don't know whether he was a spy. It sounded like he was quite out in the open as a U.S. government employee, contractor when he went to Cuba with telecommunications equipment. But we've been worrying gradually that his health is failing, that he might die. And so the pressure to come up with a solution was very great. It's interesting, it's also interesting to me that these negotiations were conducted primarily out of the White House employees, staff, not from the State Department, although you would think that this is a proper function of the State Department. It's another example of the Obama administration keeping its cards close to the White House vest, rather than, putting foreign policy issues clearly in the hands of the State Department.
It may not have made any difference or played into the situation, but obviously Cuba for the longest time was supported by, financially and otherwise, by Russia. And then El Salvador and other countries in South America have helped them of recent times, but now it looks like maybe they don't have an economic sugar daddy,
support,
so to speak. Yeah.
Yes, and even more important than Russia in relationship to Cuba has been Venezuela.
Yes.
And Venezuela has provided a lot of economic support. The Cubans are suffering dramatically as a result of the ongoing American embargo, the inability to get goods. You can take Cubans who return for a visit to Cuba are able to take with them spare parts. Well,
Right.
What kind of spare parts can you put in your jacket
Yeah, exactly.
or your suitcase?
Certainly not for a vehicle.
That's right. I was amused this morning that there's a mention of a man who owns runs a taxi in Havana, and his taxi is a '69 Impala Chevrolet, and he gets parts by people bringing him parts. Well, that's an example of how not to run a business. So the Cubans desperately need to move forward economically, and they will do so. The logjam will be broken. And what will that do to the Cuban Americans in Florida in terms of their attitudes towards both the Democrats and Obama, and their attitudes towards the Castro regime as it turns away from authoritarianism towards a more democratic future? This all remains to be seen.
That's right, and the Castros, both Fidel and his brother Raul, are certainly getting up there in age. And what kind of succession, what kind of plan is there going forward?
As far as we don't know.
Yeah, right.
At all.
Right.
But I think it can only go. My feeling is that Cuba can only go in a positive direction. It can only open up.
Yep.
It cannot continue the repressive kind of regime that has existed up to this time. And as Americans will be able to go more easily to Cuba, trade with Cuba will obviously go up dramatically, and their economic situation will grow up dramatically. They're determined not to, the Cubans are determined not to give up on their social policy, which is extremely helpful to the poor people in Cuba. That is medical care for everybody, education for everyone. Those are both policies that they will maintain even as they go into more free enterprise orientation.
Right, exactly. And of course, being only 90 miles away, the influence and so forth that we hopefully will have. Do you see this having some parallels at all to when Nixon went to China, and then of course Carter, who signed the deal in terms of normalization and so forth, in terms of the opening the country up, more information, more internet, more press, more of those kinds of things that are going to say to the folks. Yeah.
I think once that starts, it's very hard to stop it, to keep it down. And I don't think the Cubans will be able to. It's the direction, that's the future. And I would add Bill Clinton and normalization with Vietnam. Yes. Look where we are in relationship to Vietnam. China is always a difficult country for America as China grows in power and influence and asserts itself. So that's going to be an ongoing difficult relationship into the future. But Vietnam has gone from a country where we carpet bombed the country and killed millions of people to a country with which we have free trade. It's still a communist regime, but it's not a true dictatorship. It's much more liberal than that. And our relationships with Vietnam are wonderful. There are a substantial number of Vietnamese undergraduates at American colleges today. And that relationship turned around dramatically. And I think that to the same extent, one could say that Nixon's opening to China, Clinton, as I say, to Vietnam, obviously this is not as important as the opening to China, because China is the growing world power, but it's in the same genre of policy making.
And again, being 90 miles away, from that standpoint, it's extremely symbolic.
Extremely symbolic, and it's a major victory, if you want to call it that, for Obama, a plus for Obama.
Well, let me ask you about Obama in terms of he has 2 more years left, and how many of these things do you think, like I guess all presidents, are driven somewhat by looking at their legacy? And you can look at Nixon in regards to going to China. I'm sure a very controversial thing to do in those days, but he did it. And other acts that have often happened when you don't have the political pressure of having to run again.
Right. And Nixon, of course, looks good, looks more successful as time passes. In the same way that we have rethought Eisenhower, Nixon did things that were dramatically different from what you would have expected, given his ideology and his personal history. China is a good example of that. His efforts to reform welfare policy, not to punish poor people, but to help poor people to move forward, that was remarkable in nature. And it was defeated because the Republicans in Congress didn't want to go that far, and the Democrats wanted him to go further. And so his moderate move towards improving entitlement policies didn't succeed. But with Obama, there's so much retrospective hindsight about why he didn't do more in this off-year election. Why did he remain quiet? Why was he so passive? And the reality is that in Washington, the Democrats felt that those Democratic senators from basically red states or pink states would lose out if Obama came out strongly in favor of liberal policies like raising the minimum wage, and if he spoke out strongly on the issue of race. So he remained relative, and you recall, Joe, that a lot of those senators and congressmen said, "Don't come into my state to support me. I mean, stay away from here." It's an amazing thing to tell your president of your party to do. In other words, Obama was portrayed as a handicap,
liability,
a liability,
absolutely.
And so he appeared weak because he was put in the position of essentially having to be quiet, to not come forward with policies that would have led to the defeat of those congressmen. So he's criticized for not moving more forcefully, progressively. On the other hand, it turned out to be a disaster anyway, even with him not having participated. It didn't help those congressmen in the long run. So he's free now. He doesn't depend on them. Most of them got defeated. So he must be feeling, oh my God, this is terrible what happened. We lost the Senate, but I now am free to speak out the way I want to try to push through policies that don't require congressional approval, because he clearly will get no congressional approval in the next 2 years.
And what did it say about those senators and congressmen? Did they not sell their party's agenda, experience, how the economy was coming along and other kinds of things very well either, to therefore
Well,
didn't help themselves.
I think that's a very good point, Joe. The dilemma was that, for example, in Louisiana, Mary Landrieu, she was the last to be defeated.
Yes. Yes.
And the reason she got 48% of the vote in the first primary, but Louisiana has this strange system that you have a runoff of the top two candidates if nobody gets 50%. So, but the third one was a reactionary fundamentalist Republican, so when he dropped out in the final election, all those votes went to the man who was in second position, and of course he won big.
Right.
Her dilemma was that she desperately needs support from people who are tied in with the oil industry, because the oil and gas industry, the energy industry, is so powerful in Louisiana. So the last thing she needed was Democrats. So she was campaigning hard for the Keystone
Yep.
pipeline,
Right.
and the rest of the Democrats, many of them don't want the Keystone pipeline,
Right.
and Obama's in favor of EPA, stiffening EPA regulations to reduce carbon dioxide, and of course she couldn't want that within her own state. So the dilemma for her and for others was that what the Democratic Party appears to want these days, the majority of the Democratic Party, is not what the people in those states want. So it's a real dilemma. Now, it will be a dilemma in 2016 for the Democrats when you have a Democratic presidential candidate who has to appeal to the public, to Democrats and independents on policy choices that are essentially progressive in nature, moderately progressive in nature, because it means that they cannot appeal effectively in those states which want to unleash hydrocarbons in our society.
Exactly, exactly. We're speaking with Alan Schechter here on the program, and he is a professor at emeritus at Wellesley College, and we're talking about some of the issues that relate to this past election and the midterm, as well as what's coming up in 2015 for the next 2 years, and some of the issues surrounding that. And we're delighted to continue that discussion. Alan, what about the Republicans? Okay, they have both houses now.
Right.
They too are now going to be more on the hook for what happens over the next 2 years, and their standard bearer is going to have to run on that.
Absolutely. And one good thing for the Democrats going forward is not they would have wanted this, certainly not. But now that the Republicans control both houses of Congress, the Democrats can't be blamed for failing to get legislation through Congress. So the Republicans will, in fact, be blamed more easily during campaigning for the election for what they do or don't do. For example, if next spring, as is projected, there's a substantial Republican effort in both houses to stop Obama's immigration executive order, it lays it out plain and simple, the degree to which it is the Republicans who are opposed to changes in immigration policy. So it clarifies the issue to some extent. It's unclear whether they'll be able to stop Obama's executive order. The executive order, despite the argument that perhaps it's unconstitutional, is not unconstitutional. It's within the president's powers to defer deportation of illegal residents. Oh, here's a point, Joe, that most Americans don't know, because the anti-immigration efforts have been focused within the Republican Party, have been focused on securing the border, closing the border.
Yep.
We need thousands more border guards. We need a fence along that border. Those things have, the fence is growing, the new technology along the border, the number of border guards that is growing. But what's little known is that 40%, over 40%, 41% of illegal immigrants into the United States come into the country legally via, for example, visitors visas, come in through airports. They are accepted into the country. What happens is they stay beyond the term of the visa, at which point they're illegal immigrants. But these are not people who snuck across the border. It's not that closing the border is going to close down this movement of people in through visas into the country. So anyway, to go back to the point of Republican control, the extent to which they're going to be able to stop him is unclear. And the same thing is true about the EPA. There are lawsuits going through the courts right now over his executive orders. It looks like the Supreme Court will uphold his efforts to reduce carbon dioxide in the atmosphere via new regulations for coal plants. Obviously, that plays very strongly into the hands of senators and congressmen like Mitch McConnell, who come from the coal-producing states. So that's of a substantial nature.
In retrospect, do you think that the president would have gained any traction with the House and Senate if he came out with the immigration prior to the election? Or do you think that?
Well, it wouldn't have, given who was up for election around the country, it wouldn't have helped. And the Democrats are counting heavily on, the newspapers are full of information about the Hispanic vote identifying heavily with the Democratic Party. And the Democrats are counting heavily on the Hispanic vote to influence election outcomes in 2016 and going forward. There hasn't been enough discussion of the limits of that expectation. The limits are caused by the fact that while there are now 51 million Hispanics in this country, 11 million illegal, a number of those, in addition to the illegals who can't vote, all the children who can't vote, the dilemma is that the Hispanic population that votes, it's a substantial number, but it's located in particular states. Other states, it isn't located where the Democrats need, they don't live where Democrats need them to be in order to influence the elections as strongly as might be the case. So there are limitations, despite the fact that obviously there will be an enormous plea. Now, what's fascinating is if Jeb Bush does run for president, the fact that his wife is Mexican, that is Mexican-American, that Spanish is spoken in the household, that his son is a political activist in Texas. That's going to be an interesting impact on the Hispanic vote for the Democrats.
And also from Florida being such a key state in terms of elections that we found, particularly in 2000.
Absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see if Jeb Bush, it sounds like from indications he is certainly very seriously thinking about running, he's more of a moderate in the Republican Party and has almost said basically, don't run to the right, run to the middle from the get-go, almost to the extent of forgetting about the primaries or their impact. I wonder how he's going to play above and beyond name recognition and the media and all of the things that surround that.
That's right. And there was an article in the paper this morning after Bush made his initial surprising statement, and I'm surprised he did it now rather than wait several months, because it would be more logical to have done it in the early spring. He doesn't need to jump in because others have jumped in. Obama jumped in early in 2007, and that's why Hillary felt she had to jump in early in response to that. But there's nobody raising the barrier to Jeb Bush. And Bush has done nothing so far to contact the big Republican money raisers, campaign contributors, to set up an organization. This initial speculation that I might run precedes any effort to set up a structure. Not that it can't be done, and not that it can't be done quickly, but the key question is, can he win a Republican nomination? If he can win a Republican nomination, then as a moderate Republican, the Republicans in those red states are going to vote for the Republican candidate. Whoever the Republican candidate is will win in those states, given what has happened. Whether it's a moderate like Bush or someone who is more extreme, a Huckabee or a Rubio or a Cruz or a Rand Paul, the other logical candidates. I don't see that any of those people have a broad enough appeal to win in those states that are going to be the challenge states, the balancing states for the presidential election in 2016. Bush has that possibility because he comes across as a moderate. Yeah. Whether he can win, I mean, here he is. He has taken a positive view on the immigration reform issue. Right. That's a total no-no to many of the people in these red states. Just that as an example, as the primary example of where he would have trouble. If he can get the nomination, he'll be an incredibly dangerous candidate for the Democrats.
You're sometimes never as popular the day you announce as the day before in terms of this game of expectations. So
absolutely, absolutely, that's right. I guess he's already been trying to figure out, can he win enough primaries to get the nomination? That's. Mm-hmm. But as you say, the famous comment that you're never more popular than the day before you announce you're running. From then on, it's all downhill. Also, the other thing is he hasn't run for national office, right. And he's been out of office for 11 years. No, what is it? Since 2001.
My goodness,
it's quite that would be 13. I was going to say 11 years, but 11, 12, or 13 years. So, and running a national campaign, the horrors of being a national candidate. All of us say that we wouldn't do it.
Right.
It is extremely painful.
Yeah.
You have to go through, be willing to take a lot of hits. You have to have a character where you can bounce off those hits and continue. Hillary has done it.
Yep.
She's been right through it. If she goes into it, she knows exactly what she's going into. So she's prepared for that if she decides to go forward.
Right.
Is he prepared for that? No way to know.
The biggest hit he has to avoid and get around is his mother.
Yes. Yes. Well, she knows.
She knows what it's.
She knows what it's like.
Absolutely.
And what it takes out of you.
Yep.
That's true.
That's
true.
it.
That's right. That's right.
And Clinton, yeah, it'll be interesting. Of course, it'll be fascinating if it's a Clinton, Bush, Clinton.
Yes, of course, of course.
Do you think Mitt Romney, at the risk of being an Adlai Stevenson?
I think Romney doesn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
It was too painful, and I don't know him. I can't speak for him in any way whatsoever. But he doesn't give the what's going on is that some Republicans want him to run again because they don't have anyone else. Those same people would gravitate to Bush, but they won't gravitate to Paul or Cruz or Rubio. Right. Or Huckabee or any of the others. All have serious problems when it comes within the Republican Party itself. Not just that, but their appeal is so limited. I could see Bush winning some of the battleground states that like New Jersey, for example, would normally vote Democratic in a presidential election. But after all, Christie is an example of a moderate Republican who was quite successful.
I wonder if Christie is kind of fading from after a couple of missteps there.
he doesn't want to, clearly, but I think, yes, that's the case. And I think that all the talk about presidential, we have learned, hopefully, we have learned from Obama's difficulties that electing someone to the president with limited national political exposure and experience is not the thing to do. And Cruz and Paul and Rubio, these are people whose life experiences are essentially political experiences are essentially in politics for 4 years in the Senate, but not executive experience and not background. I mean, if they were to win, it would be because of what they win the primary or enter the general election. It would be because of what they say, not because of what they have done and experiences they have gathered. So they are not ready for prime time. Because Bush was a governor of an important state for 2 terms, he is more prepared in the same sense that other governors. I mean, that's the best training for a presidential candidate is a governorship.
Is it? Yeah. Exactly. You really know the rigors of it at that point. You may not have the foreign policy experience
Yes.
that, unless you happen to, have jumped across from one state government to federal or something along that line.
Right.
But Elizabeth Warren is, I guess my take would be that she's not going to jump in, even though it sounds like there may be some real pressure on her from the left of the Democratic Party to move in. And so this being in a leadership level it has not deterred her so far yet at all in regards to.
Well, she knows what she thinks, and she is willing to say it rather than to be political and cautious in saying it. And it shows up particularly in relationship to the banks and the economy and things that were done badly by banks and government, federal benefits to banks to protect them in a downturn, to bail them out, et cetera, et cetera. And just now in this latest budget agreement that was passed this week, a little-known amendment was snuck in without discussion, which reinstated the federal guarantee for things like derivatives and other economic instruments that none of us ordinary folks can understand, and to provide federal backup for that. And in other words, pulling back part of the Dodd-Frank policies, reforms.
Right.
Her problem is that her appeal is to those people who are truly on the left, true progressives on the left, and not to people who are more moderate or mainstream. And so her appeal is very limited. In Massachusetts, she is a wonderkind. She is, so strong here in Massachusetts, but she doesn't have any support elsewhere, and she doesn't have other than similar states. And so she doesn't have the Democratic Party behind her. And the Democratic Party, the establishment figures within the Democratic Party, would be very scared of putting forward someone who is so clearly identified with the left wing of the Democratic Party, if you want to call it that, because that wing is very small. Now, Hillary has much more centrist over the years and taken centrist positions, which progressives don't like. So some of the criticism of Hillary is coming from the left rather than from the right. But it's an example of Hillary being very clever, intelligent, thoughtful about trying to make policy choices that are acceptable to a broader range of the American public, which is what you need to do to be successful in national politics. So I think that Elizabeth Warren knows what she's doing, can do it because she has Massachusetts, a solid Democratic state behind her, and that's where she is and that's where she wants to be. And in that sense, she is helping to push the Democratic Party somewhat more to the left against its tendencies to retreat to the center, and all that, from my viewpoint, is good. But I don't think she will take the chance of and the risks involved. The other thing is that Elizabeth is not much younger than Hillary. Isn't she 64 and Hillary's 67? And Elizabeth has how many years of national political exposure?
Right.
Is it two? Or
Two,
you know,
yeah.
in the Senate, no. I mean, here's another example of a professor like Barack, Harvard Law School professor, extremely bright, but she has no experience other than professorial and now this brief senatorial experience. And someone like that probably can't win the presidency, but if they could win the presidency, would have a terrible time governing
Right, right,
the
exactly.
country.
The media, I think, would love that kind of story and so forth, and especially if you had two women running for
Yes.
president. My goodness, what an
Yes.
amazing situation that would be.
That's an amazing thing for the media.
Is it?
I mean,
Yes, yes, yes.
they are trying to create a horse race within the Democratic Party because it's boring right now. It looks so clearly that if Hillary wishes to be the candidate, she's so far ahead that there wouldn't be any question about it.
Now, in 1988 and in 2000, we had two vice presidents who duly waited their turn, 8 years of service as number two, a heartbeat away.
Yeah.
And yet, I'm not hearing anything really of substantial indication about Joe Biden.
No, nothing. Nothing at all. He hasn't given any indication, which is entirely proper given his role as vice
Yeah.
president. But there is no drumbeat of enthusiasm for him. And he's such a lovely person. Everyone appears to like Joe Biden. So from the viewpoint of likability,
Yeah.
he's way ahead of the other candidates in either party.
Right.
But there doesn't appear to be and it's a shame. I think Joe Biden has more gravitas than you think, but because he's so outgoing and smiling and friendly and the rest of that, it appears that he hasn't gotten credit for the important role that he's played in the administration. I'm more interested in a way in what's become the traditional now Democratic pattern of inviting the man who gives the keynote speech at the prior Democratic convention up to be the candidate or the vice presidential candidate. So Clinton did it in 98 and got the invitation to run for president in 88 in 92.
92, yep.
And Kerry did it, and Obama did it, and Castro, the Hispanic, who's now Secretary of HUD and was the mayor of San Antonio, he did it 2 years ago. He's probably the logical vice presidential candidate if Hillary runs for office, particularly because of trying to pull in the Hispanic vote. And he's very young. He's the opposite of age and experience. He's young, attractive, another minority, but a minority that hasn't yet had its place in the limelight. And now he has, and I think the decision of the Obama administration to make him Secretary of HUD was a means of helping him to get federal experience. Having had experience as a mayor, you don't become a presidential or vice presidential candidate from that level. So he would be a logical choice for the vice presidential candidate.
I never do this, but Jeff, mark this spot because we're going to check.
See what happens.
And see what happens. Bring this
right,
program back out and say, Alan Schechter on this program.
That's right. Well, given the choice of the speaker, who does a good job. Do you remember Bobby Jindal gave that speech for the Republicans?
Right.
And it killed him.
Yes.
But it appears to work within the Democratic Party, and they clearly need. Part of the problem of the Democrats is that Hillary has taken all the air out of the room.
Yes.
there are no young people coming forward who are logical alternatives for now or, say, the term afterwards, 6 years.
And the
from now.
primaries made both Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama better candidates because they went through that process.
Right.
Will this be an endangerment of that if Clinton is basically inaugurated early, so to speak, or given the nod
Nominated
early, I
early.
should say, yeah.
Nominated early.
Right.
No, because she now has so much experience. I mean, there has rarely been, the last candidate who had this level of experience was George Herbert Walker Bush back in '92. I mean, he had incredible experience, and she now has such a broad range of experience as a result of the 8 years as First Lady, 8 years in the Senate, 4 years as Secretary of State. That's incredible amount of experience. So it would be very, really impossible for any other Democrat to come forward and challenge her if she decides to run. The other point is that the choice of Castro as her vice presidential candidate is a perfect example of what Jack Kennedy did. Because you remember, Jack Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson did not get along with each other in the Senate at all.
Right.
And when it came to choosing a vice presidential candidate, Jack chose Lyndon because he wanted to bring Texas in. He wanted the Southwest. He broadened it. So that's traditional in American politics, to choose a vice presidential candidate who broaden the ticket and bring in some additional states. And so, particularly if Jeb Bush is nominated, and his wife and his son are, his wife won't campaign, but it will be so clearly known that he has a positive attitude towards Hispanics and a positive view of immigration. The Democrats will should do something to counter that.
Good point. Yep. It'll be very interesting to see how this all turns out, and in what direction. And of course, what will be happening over the next 2 years with Congress, who are, I imagine, going to send a lot of bills through the pipeline to President Obama, and he'll go from hardly no vetoes to maybe a pile.
That's right, absolutely. Oh, I think he's going to be using his veto pen regularly from here on out.
Right, exactly. It is.
true.
It's not to mention what else occurs, because we've got we talked about the Cuban situation, Russia, of course, and the ruble and their economics, and the sanctions, and all of that continuing to take hold. Not to mention the Middle East situation and all that's happening.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and I don't think that Putin can risk much more.
Yeah.
He's very popular in Russia because of the way he was forceful in foreign affairs. But the country is pretty much falling apart, and the idea of him taking decisive action in the eastern Ukraine strikes me as less and less likely, since he's avoided it so far. He's acted tentatively there, but not forcefully.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's going to go far. I think, on the other hand, Obama is going to be faced with increased falling apart of Afghanistan and possibly Iraq. And those will be quite negative potentially negative for him. I don't see a way forward for the United States in those two countries.
Right. Going to be a lot on the plate, that's for sure, Alan. Well, we unfortunately are going to have to leave it there. Would like to hijack the government channel here and spend the next couple of hours, but I think we'll leave it at this point. But it's
can I say one thing more?
Sure, please, yeah.
As you know, I was Hillary Clinton's professor at the college.
Yes.
And I do see her occasionally. I correspond with her. In a letter I wrote to her in October, I said, if you do decide to run, I would like to campaign for you. And she wrote me a letter back, but she did not respond to my inquiry. So that's where it is right now.
Nice try.
With Mrs.
Nice
Clinton.
try.
That's right.
Well, on that front and also on the VP front, Alan, among other things, we'll definitely have you back again to compare notes and see where we go over the next year or two as things heat up. That's all we need is more commercials to be back on TV for political parties,
Oh, I
campaigns.
know, I
for
know, I
everything.
know. Incredible.
It really
That's
is.
right.
It really is.
It's incredible.
Alan, thank you very much. It's really been a pleasure to
Thank you,
have you on the
Joe.
program.
Pleased to
Alan-
be here.
Alan Schechter, Professor Emeritus from Wellesley College, who is knowledgeable, as you have heard here for the past hour and previous times on this program. We're delighted to have had him here on the program. We appreciate your watching. And if you have any comments, send an email to tvconversations@yahoo.com on this or other subjects. And stay curious. See you next time.
We have been in executive session starting at about 6:20 and returned from executive session just a few moments ago. So I will ask those present to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence with respect to the men and women serving our country, and as well as your thoughts for the many friends and family of Fred Casey, whose family has fed this town for generations.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I have one announcement of my own. Do any board members or the town administrator have anything? So we last met about a week ago, and in the course of some discussion towards the end of that meeting about whether to put on a warrant article, we had an exchange about whether we had received some information that I had requested, whether I had from the Director of Assessing, Jan D'Angelo. And I stated at that meeting that I had written to her back in January, had not received a reply. And just on reflecting a little later on, I realized that's because we had a good phone conversation just a couple days after my email. But I publicly said that she had not done so, and that was wrong of me. And I apologized to her the next day. But I just want to state to the public my great appreciation for the work that she does serving the town. And it was wrong of me to have called out that her alleged non-response, which was not true. And I apologize to her again. So thank you very much. We have, on the first order of business, citizens' concerns. Is there anyone here that would like to address the Board of Selectmen on any matter that may not be on our agenda tonight? Ms. White?
Thank you.
You're not a resident of the town, but I think that
No, but I think we can
You're a
come up with
citizen.
someone who is. We had inadvertently left off the agenda item, what's new? So under citizen concerns, I'd like the firefighter Herring and Chief Rick White to explain to the board and the community the terrific, innovative program that they developed to help make sure that all of the fire hydrants are cleared of snow so that they can access them in case of emergency. So if you gentlemen would come to the podium, thank you. And thanks for allowing me to put it under citizen concerns.
Well, it's a matter of good citizenship, too.
Good evening, Board. Chief Rick White. The town of Natick has over 1,400 fire hydrants, and since the blizzard back in January, the fire department's been out every day, other than during snowstorms, shoveling hydrants. And as we know, this winter's been unprecedented, and snow keeps piling up. So last week, firefighter John Herring came to me with an idea of doing a hydrant challenge. He laid it out for me, and I thought it was a great idea, and I'll let him go from there because it was actually Johnny's idea. I just agreed with it. Thought it was a great idea to pursue, and I'll turn it over to John.
Thanks, Chief, and good evening, Board. Ms. White. I can't accept credit for the brainstorming of this idea. What I saw on the Twitter network during social networking was that other fire departments in towns and cities around us were facing the same struggles that we were, having our hydrants shoveled in a timely fashion. So I saw the idea, and with Natick Fire now being involved in Twitter, I thought it'd be a great time to at least embrace that idea and reach out to the residents of Natick to ask for their help, helping us, the DPW, and the town workers in clearing the fire hydrants. The chief liked the idea a lot. We're out there every day shoveling hydrants, and I don't need to tell you how deep they can be. And any help we get, be it one hydrant or 1,400 hydrants, as the chief has said, would be a great help to us. So I thought about the idea, ran it by him, and said, well, rather than just do a simple hydrant challenge where we encourage the residents, let's maybe take it to a next level. Let's tweak it a bit and maybe add some enhancement. Perhaps a dinner at the firehouse, perhaps. hanging out with the guys during a firehouse dinner, or maybe throwing in a firefighter sweatshirt. Chief liked the idea. I ran it by Ms. Lentini, the IT person here for the town, and we worked on it quickly because we had the snowstorm. This happened Wednesday or Thursday of last week. So we worked on it quickly to get it out there before the blizzard hit, or the so-called blizzard, and we worked it out, and it's been phenomenal. I open up my inbox in the morning, and there's emails galore from people that are tweeting out their pictures of their hydrants that are cleared away. And up until 15 minutes ago, I'm still getting pictures from people tweeting out their hydrants. So I wanted to thank the town, the residents of the town, for doing this and accepting this challenge. It helps us help you when those seconds count, and believe it, they do count. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I just thought it was a great program. There's, it's just not possible in this, with the storms back to back, for you guys to keep up with the, clearing of the hydrants. And I know there are a lot of people who would think having dinner at the firehouse with you guys would be the coolest thing. So I'm glad a lot of residents seem to agree with that. So thank you.
I'd just like to add one thing, that when John came to me and asked me if we could do this Twitter challenge, I said, why, do we have one of those? That's where I stand, just so everybody knows. It certainly wasn't my idea. Thanks, John.
Terrific.
Sure. So if it's okay, I'd like to provide the coffee for the dinner, whenever it is. Even if you pick me, which you need not.
I saw your hydrant chart. You did a great job doing it.
Well, I have to meet Tommy Spencer's standards.
You have other police officers and DPWs that are also in high standards. And believe it or not, they've done a great job shoveling these hydrants. So, our thanks go out to them. And hopefully this challenge will continue until the final snowflake falls.
So when do you pick a winner?
We'll pick the winner this Sunday. I believe it's going to be done at random. And then, if it goes well, and heaven forbid we have another snowstorm, we may add to that challenge and maybe up it. So, hopefully not.
Great work.
Thank you.
If I could, gentlemen, between Rocky Melchiori and retired firefighter Jack Arena, I've heard stories about the firehouse chili, so it's a big treat.
Okay.
Good for you guys for thinking outside the
We'll
box.
work on that.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
John.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to acknowledge Selectman Connolly for raising this issue, and all the people that have helped with it. But the next item on our agenda is, it talks about a team response to the opiate crisis in Natick. So Chief Hicks, I think you've got a few co-presenters. Thanks for being here. And do you want a microphone? We can.
John, you want to grab a
I'll
mic?
give them mine.
Yep, never mind, John.
Welcome, friends.
Thank you. I'll be starting off, and I want to thank the board, the chair, member of the boards, for giving us an opportunity. It seems like we've had this plan, but it kept on getting postponed by weather and other items. But it's an opportunity for us to update the board as well as the community as to what is actually being done, and it is a team approach. I'm here tonight with Natick resident Cheryl Lucenta, and also Katie Sugarman, who's the executive director of Natick Together for Youth. And just this team approach, and there is another member of our team, Christine Guthrie, who's on college tours this week, but she was hoping to be here, but couldn't be here tonight, and just shows the approach that's being taken. So I'm going to start it off by giving kind of a brief history and showing where we are today in the community. If everyone recalls, back in late 2013, we had a tragic overdose death of one of our young members of the community. And that began the awareness program and the awareness to this particular issue, which the town of Natick is not immune to. That was followed up with a lot of teamwork and a lot of effort with a candlelight visual that took place in March. This visual was very well attended, and at that same time, it brought real attention to the fact that this issue is not about unknown people. It's about people who are residents and known to us in town, and affects us in a way that I believe many did not know. So it was I would like to say it was an eye-opener, at the very least. At that point in time, we started looking at the statistics, and I'll give you some statistics just to kind of put it into some kind of framework as to why we have taken the approach we have taken, at least over the last year and a few months. Specifically, looking at responses to heroin and opiate overdoses. In the year 2013, we recorded 8 incidents of heroin overdoses in which the town of Natick Public Safety responded to. Again, I'll repeat that, in 2013, there was 8. In 2014, there was 20. Now, I don't think you have to be a mathematician to figure out that's a tremendous increase over that period of time. In 2014, we had 21. At the end of 2014, 21. And in the year 2014, we had 3 deaths from opiate overdose. Now, that's just 3 deaths that occurred in the town. That doesn't count those of members of families who may not have been in the town, but they're family members who are aware of these type of statistics. Right after the vigil in March, it was clear that this was an effort that was going to take a town-wide approach. I think one of the messages I know that I gave at that particular time is that the town of Natick can no longer just stick their head in the sand and say this affects everyone else but us. This is an issue, an area that we should all be looking at, all should be concerned about. Also, shortly after that, then Governor Patrick declared this a statewide emergency on opiate overdose and opiate use. And with that, there was an approach that took on the team approach that we see and have here today. From a law enforcement perspective, I've always felt that we have to be part of the solution. This is not going to be simply a law enforcement solution where we can arrest our way out of this. This is much deeper than that, much deeper, in which we need everyone to be on board. And the one thing I've always said and continue to say is that we have to understand that these are real people that we are dealing with. And it's not a time to judge. This is a time to embrace and a time to help. And with that, I worked with, alongside Natick Together and Youth and other community groups that are in town. And from there, I'm going to turn this over to Katie to kind of give a big overview picture of what we've done in the last year. And then we're going to turn it over to Cheryl to finish up. And then we have some ask from you as town leaders.
Thank you, Chief.
Hi there, as the chief mentioned, my name is Katie Sugarman and I'm the director of Natick Together for Youth. Thank you for having us here this evening. As the chief mentioned, we have been trying to organize some events and initiatives in response to this epidemic. Just to give you a snapshot of kind of what I've observed, I actually only started with Natick Together for Youth in December of 2013. And so unfortunately, it was within only weeks of my joining the community that we did have a couple of fatalities. And so what was inspiring for me to see was how quickly people in the community wanted to do something about it and how quickly folks in the coalition wanted to respond to it. And so part of that effort did start with the vigil that Chief Hicks already referenced in March of last year, when we did organize a community vigil just to remember anyone who had been lost to the opiate epidemic. And we had approximately 100 community members come out to that event, which the Interfaith Clergy Association in town was kind enough to co-sponsor with us, and was held at the First Congregational Church of Natick. And shortly thereafter, we hosted a training at the Community at the Community Senior Center, which was an overdose prevention training specifically around opioids. So it was an opportunity for community members to come and learn a little bit about what's contributing to overdoses, how to recognize the signs of an overdose, how to respond if you witness one, and also how to prevent an overdose if you yourself are struggling with addiction or you care about somebody who is. So that workshop happened in April of 2014. And since then, there have been a handful of other events. Certainly, the medication take-back events that are national events that happen twice a year. For anybody who isn't aware of the connection, the most common en route to heroin addiction these days starts with prescription drug addiction, and so we know that access to powerful prescription pain relievers like Percocets and OxyContin and Vicodin, that access to those prescriptions is one of the things that's fueling this nationwide epidemic, because this certainly is not happening only in Natick. So the more we can support and encourage community members to get rid of any extra medications that they no longer need and may just be sitting idly in their cabinets from a dentist, from an oral surgery or something like that, the better it is for our entire community, because we know that young people who have access to those kinds of narcotics in their home are at higher risk of trying them. So there are two national take-back events that happen every year that Natick has participated in the past year. There's one coming up in April again of this year, and the other one happened this past October. Natick Together for Youth also tries to organize educational events in the community, community awareness events. We had Red Ribbon Week back in October, which we had youth from our coalition as well as kids from SAD at the high school, Students Against Destructive Decisions, try to organize messages within their school and at at sporting events at the high school to try to raise awareness about drug abuse and prevention. We've also had the kind of reinvigoration, or maybe that's not the right word, but we've tried to create a diversion program or a substance abuse awareness program this year that's a little bit more easily accessible and a little bit more comprehensive than what the town had previously. Chief, you're welcome to mention to chime in if you'd like, but this program is an opportunity for kids who have a first-time offense related to drugs or alcohol, if they're caught by the police department or by the schools, to be in violation of a drug or alcohol-related policy. If it's a first-time offense, they can be referred for this program, which would require them to participate in 15 hours of direct education, or direct psychoeducation, participation in AA meetings, homework related to drug and alcohol education. If it seems appropriate for them to be referred for ongoing counseling, they have the opportunity to be referred for that. And this is all organized through the Natick Service Council, who's been kind enough to orchestrate this, provide the social workers to staff it, and just recently got funding from the Metro West Health Foundation to sustain it for at least the next 3 years. And then there's also a community service component to it, so 5 hours of community service. So we're trying to work as collaboratively as possible to look at preventing these issues and intervening as early in the process as possible before somebody is addicted to heroin. And we do have a few initiatives that we're working on. Did you want to chime in about did you want to say anything else about the diversion program? Okay. Some of the things that we're currently working on, and actually this came up in our kind of team approach that Chief Hicks mentioned, we're in the early stages of working on some tips cards and resources that first responders could actually leave at the scene of an overdose. One of the hardest things I think for first responders is when you go to these scenes and you witness something as upsetting and troubling as an overdose, and it's really hard if you don't feel like you can do anything in that moment to help beyond getting that loved one to the hospital. If you can leave some information, leave some contact information for a local resource, at least there's some opportunity there for somebody to get some education or some information at a time when they might be really open or receptive to it. So we're looking at trying to design some resource cards that could be left at the scene of an overdose. We are also in the process of planning a drug and alcohol symposium for middle school students, high school students, and parents in town on April 7th at the high school. So we're still in the process of planning those, but there are going to be 3 different tracks to educate parents and kids about drug and alcohol related issues in town. I already mentioned the National Medication Take Back Day that's coming up at the end of April. And then Chris Herron, who many folks are aware of, a former Celtics player who has talked quite openly about his own experience of heroin addiction and recovery, and who started the Purple Project, which is a statewide movement around trying to prevent heroin addiction and raise awareness of this issue. He is scheduled to come and speak to Natick High School students in May during National Prevention Week. So this is kind of a handful, just kind of a spotlight of a bunch of the things that we're working on. But I'm gonna pass this over to Cheryl now to share her story.
Thank you, Katie. And thank you to the Board of Selectmen for letting us be here tonight and bring up what we are really concerned about in our community and feel is an important topic. I have a child, a son actually, that's an addict in recovery. He's an opiate addict and has been happily, to me anyway, sober for 2 years. And that makes me pleased to be able to say, because not everybody gets the opportunity to say that. It's been a long and difficult journey for our whole family. The treatment for a successful recovery from opiate addiction is most often long and costly. Families put their loved ones out on the street. They clean out their savings accounts. Sorry, it always chokes me up a little. Siblings distance themselves and marriages fall apart. The stories would break anyone's heart. Loved ones die. It's happened many times here in Natick. I can't stress enough how addictive opiates are. Dozens of young adults in Natick are struggling. Kids who are popular and accomplished. They're athletes and scholars from solid families. They're the kids next door, the cheerleader, the football or soccer player. Addiction often begins with an opiate prescription following the extraction of wisdom teeth or treatment for an injury like a broken bone, something that almost all of our kids have one of those things happening at some point or another in their young adult life, or even younger. Highly addictive medications are prescribed in those circumstances, like Percocet, Vicodin, and oxycodone. These medications are extremely expensive on the street for an addict. Early signs of a problem may be that jewelry, cash, credit cards, and other valuables go missing from your home. When the expense is too much, addicts turn to heroin as a more affordable alternative. An article on the opiate crisis was in the front page of the Sunday Metro West Daily News recently, just a few weeks ago, and they told us that 2014 was the worst year for opiate deaths, as Chief Hicks has attested to. The CDC indicates that 5 people overdose in our nation every hour. This is a quote from a website that I refer to a lot for my own spiritual being through the process that we've gone through, and I think it's really appropriate in this circumstance for all of us to recognize is that addiction is no longer only a family crisis, it's a community crisis too. So, with that being said, thank you for hearing it. We were hoping that we could ask the Board of Selectmen to help us with a few things that would make a difference in the town of Natick. For the Board of Selectmen to provide community support to help reduce the stigma and to increase awareness so that families have the opportunity to recognize signs earlier and can help their loved ones to seek recovery sooner. And Katie talked about a lot of the things that she has planned, including what I think is a big draw in this community, in communities everywhere really, is having Chris Herron come to speak is a wonderful opportunity. He's done it before at the high school. He's coming again this spring, but there's not an opportunity for other people besides the students to join in on that and hear it. And he does do community events as well, and he would have a very powerful story to tell, and I think would be a really good draw for our community to get a lot of families and parents as well as their children in to hear and understand what's really going on and what they need to be aware of and be looking for.
Could I interrupt just to get clarification? So if the town were to sponsor an event, you mean, is that as a way just to encourage awareness among a wider cross-section than you reach to the schools.
Exactly, yeah.
Is something more? Well, I'll let you go through your ask, and then I might have some other questions.
Well, the other thing that we thought would be good, and Josh, you've already started to assist with this, actually. It started to take on a life of its own before we got an opportunity to speak with everybody, is Attorney General Maura Healey and Governor Baker are both putting task forces together on the opiate crisis. It was very high on both of their agendas during the election process, and they've both said they intend to keep it high on the list of things that they are going to act on early in their tenure. And we have actually, with Josh's assistance, submitted a couple of names of community representatives from Natick that we've asked Attorney General Maura Healey's staff to consider for her task force. So we're hopeful that it's another opportunity for Natick's concerns to be heard loud and clear, and for Natick to be recognized as being in the forefront of paying attention to what's really a statewide crisis. So those are my two things.
So on the second, I'm not sure if there's more that we could do. I mean, I'm glad to provide names and recommendations to the AG, and other board members may want to weigh in as well. I have a feeling that that'll happen. But the work of the task force, I think, would be great if they then, once they're constituted, come out here and hear from residents. Ideas. Do other board members have questions or things they want to offer, John?
Actually, questions, comments, if I can. And first of all, Mr. Ostroff, I appreciate you having this on our agenda. Chief Hicks, Mrs. LaSanta, Katie, thank you for all of your efforts. Mr. LaSanta, your son's a great kid. I'm proud of him. And it takes courage for you to sit up here and do what you're doing. And I admire the hell out of it. And I'm glad he's around. I lost my niece to a heroin overdose. She's not around. My nephew's fighting it, who your son knows, is fighting it. My kid brother's an addict. This was one of my big campaign promises, and it's so frustrating because I've done nothing. And it frustrates me because every time I hear of a heroin overdose, I personally look at myself and think to myself, what did I do to make that situation better? And the answer is nothing. Awareness, I guess, is one of the biggest things. I feel like this big tidal wave of opiates, heroin in front of us, and it's just crashing down on us. But you know, your vigilance and the vigil. Several of these families in Natick that I know that have lost children to, or young people to heroin, particularly I've known personally, and it's devastating. And as you said, it's not the stereotypical kid just smoking weed and then just progresses. It's a football star that gets a prescription for OxyContins because he broke his shoulder. The next thing you know, he's a full-blown heroin addict, stealing from his mother, grandmother, etc. Stealing, and it becomes everyone's problem. I remember Ian Wong, who was running for the Board of Health last year, and he spoke of the dentist in Massachusetts. You'd get a couple teeth pulled, and they'd give you 20 Percocets or Vicodin or opiates, and it's like, you know, suck it up. You're not going to die over a little tooth pain. I guess, you know, Aleve can just work just fine. So it takes a lot of courage for you to stand up here and the awareness, and it is all of our problems, because if every once in a while you'll hear of a rash of car break-ins in a particular neighborhood, I don't think it's just circumstantial. It's people dishing to pay for their heroin habit, because the OxyContin street value is like $1 per milligram. It's like $80 a piece. Most addicts don't have it. A bag of heroin, $5, $10, you're off and running. And it's just shocking, the level of devastation. It's like a little tornado that'll rip through a family, and the devastation. And in some cases, the individual dies, and the family's left like, you know, helpless. Again, you know, I have the article with me. 2014, first year for opiate deaths. It was staggering. As far as Middlesex County, I know everyone just heard a bunch of stats, but in 2013, according to this document, there were 22 overdoses in Middlesex County. In 2014, there were 103. So it isn't just Natick, it's everywhere. If I can, I was talking to Attorney Hughes earlier. There was a fellow who was very responsible for dealing one of these tainted heroines in Natick, and he's now in federal authorities in custody and shall remain there. I'll, you know, give him his name out of it, but you get what you get. But all that is wonderful as that is, that he's being held, and hopefully he'll be charged and prosecuted. It doesn't bring back our young people. So it's awareness, and if you think you got a problem with your children, talk to them. And like Chief said, you can't keep your head in the sand. People said, when I first talked about this, people said, this is Natick. We don't have a problem. Oh, yeah, we do. It doesn't make a difference if it's Lincoln, Sudbury, Concord, Lexington, Framingham. It doesn't make a difference. Heroin is everywhere. And it's just shocking how enticing it is for these young people and to educate them. And one question I have for you guys, maybe you can help me. After all the data that we just talked about and all the information, why aren't these young people, like if I said, hey, Cheryl, you want to do heroin? You say to me, no, thank you, that kills people. Is that conversation being had? Is that the response back and forth, do you think? And if it isn't, why isn't it?
It's my opinion that what happens to you when you become addicted to opiates is that your brain is hijacked. It's not a normal brain anymore. It doesn't think logically.
Correct.
The other thing is that people are young. They don't think dying. That's like driving your car too fast and you might get in an accident. No, I won't. You know, they don't, that won't happen to them. So I think you have those two factors coming into play, the age and just, it truly, it's not a normal brain. What these medications do to people, it's not the same person. It really is not. I can't stress that enough. You would not recognize your child.
You're right. I can recall hearing someone tell me it literally will turn a quiet boy into a thief almost overnight, and it's shocking, the metamorphosis you just described.
Yeah.
And in some cases, when it, you know, God bless that you have this recovery situation, and what a gift that is. When you think of people that don't, and the anger and the frustration and all those emotions that just ratchet the whole thing up. Thank you, and God bless you for your efforts and your support group. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Would other board members like to ask any questions or offer any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I commend you on your efforts. This epidemic didn't happen all of a sudden. Over a period of time. There have been many efforts. We can go back to the DARE program, drug abuse resistance education. Go back to the drug buyback. That didn't just happen this last year. That's been going on. I can remember talking in front of the Finance Committee and proposing a certain amount of money on a budget for drug detectives. And Finance Committee people couldn't understand why do you need minutes of the meeting, I told one of the members of the Finance Committee to get her head out of the sand. Now that's going back, so this is not new, but it became an epidemic. And what I'm saying right now is who from the pharmaceutical business are being brought into this task force, because I think they have some responsibility here. But I don't see anybody talk about pharmaceutical businesses being brought in to help with this epidemic.
If I can comment, Mr. Mabart, you're absolutely right, and it's frustrating in a lot of ways. What we heard on the campaign trail, especially from Attorney General Healy, is that's exactly where they want to focus their efforts on, is who are giving out these prescriptions and what's it for, as opposed to being able to doctor shop and et cetera and things like that. So there is some concern both on the state level and on the federal level, and that's what we hope to get out of this task force that's being proposed and being put together now by the Attorney General. I think that's a main piece of it, a main part of it. As part of our efforts locally, we have not had that type of response from those in this area, but we do know that some of the major drug distributors like CVS have offered other programs such as the drug takebacks. But as far as the pharmaceuticals, I think we got to go even further than that, and that's actually the doctors who are writing the prescriptions. It's not about the pharmaceuticals, it's those doctors who are writing the prescriptions and why are they doing it and making them a part of the solution to this epidemic. And both Governor Baker and Attorney General Healy has stated to us that that is what their concern is also, and it will be part of their overall efforts. Now, they're all at the beginning of the process, beginning of the year, just all got sworn in. But that's why one of our asks was to make sure that we have a member from this community on those task force so that we have the ability to see what they're doing, have the input, and if they aren't moving in a direction that we think they should be, we have some kind of say in that. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's not only the pharmaceutical companies, because that's how they make money, by selling their drugs. But someone has to write the prescription, and I think that's what we got to focus on also.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could follow up on that, I had a conversation with my primary care physician a month or two ago, just asking his perspective on this, and he talked about how what he does occasional pill checks. You know, when he's got a patient with a prescription, he'll say, you know, what do you got? And if it's less than what he should, then, you know, he's kicked people out of his practice. I mean, that's not necessarily solving a problem. It kind of makes him not be a part of that particular problem. But I wonder whether there's outreach to doctors contemplated as part of this, just to help educate. I'm sure people generally are aware, but to just help them be more part of the more comprehensive solution. Is that something that you thought about?
It is something we've talked about. There's actually a statewide prescription drug monitoring program that all prescribers are mandated to be a part of, and pharmacists are required to be a part of it as well. My understanding is that the process of getting everybody registered for that program I don't know that it's complete yet. I think that the process of doing it was that when you renewed your license, you had to register for it. So I think there was like a 2 to 3 year window for that entire process to happen. But in terms of direct outreach to prescribers, that's definitely an area that we've talked about. One thought that I had was that, there might be some opportunities here for the municipality, which the municipality is very active in the coalition, I should say. We're very fortunate to have representation from Chief Hicks and from the school department and from the health department. I think we need to talk a little bit more about how can we get to who all the prescribers are in town, for instance. I mean, I'm the only full-time person on our coalition staff, so how can we figure out a way to target all prescribers in town in a way that's really effective, is something that I would definitely be open to exploring a little bit further. I even wonder, and, forgive me for not knowing the answer to this question, but if there are meetings that the municipality has of all department heads, is there a way of asking each department head within the town of what they're seeing or hearing in regards to this epidemic? Because while it may be, folks might assume immediately that this only impacts the police department, the fire department, the school department, the first responders, and the folks who have the most direct contact with kids in town, as well as maybe the health department, we all have a little piece of this. I mean, if the if DPW is out working in town and comes across a syringe or a needle somewhere in town, what's the response process for that? I'm not sure what it is, and I'm sure DPW would be very open to talking to me about it. It's just one of those things where we're all doing 1,000 things, and part of getting this community dialogue going is to hopefully find a way so that we can get a more strategic conversation going, where we could talk about how could we all have one little piece of this. So, if we're working collaboratively with the health department to target prescribers in town, that might be one piece of it. But could everyone in town have a little piece of the response?
I think that's a reasonable request, and I'm sure a staff discussion could happen as well. So we'll follow up and discuss what kind of event programming and so forth would be of interest and worthwhile, attract kind of audience on Pegasus and in person to help get the message across. It's an ongoing thing. It's not just about the one date and time. It's
Absolutely.
to let people know what the resources and answers are every day. I really thank you for being here. I commend your courage, and our heart goes out to everyone that's dealing with this issue. It takes quite a toll on people's lives and on the community. And
sorry if I could just mention, anybody here on the Board of Selectmen is also invited to come to our coalition meetings. They happen the second Tuesday of every month at the high school at 8:30 in the morning. So we would certainly welcome anyone's participation in those meetings.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
again. Okay, appreciate it. Chief, while you're here, on to something a little less momentous, but important. So this agenda item number 3 is an appointment with the police chief concerning acceptance of a safety committee recommendation. I guess you also had a meeting today, I understand, but
Yes, we did have a meeting today. That will be coming forward probably for your March 2nd meeting. We'll have a couple recommendations at that point in time. Again, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and James Hicks, Chief of Police. This is one we've been, again, delayed by weather, trying to get to the selectmen. Safety Committee has put forward the following recommendation to erect a no outlet sign on Sunshine Ave at Wellesley Ave Extension, and the committee voted to recommend to the board for approval. This is a citizen request and petition that the Safety Committee reviewed and approved. If you look at the map that should be attached to it, sometimes people try to cut through to Route 9 using Sunshine Ave, not realizing that they go past the certain intersection. They end up stuck on a no outlet street and end up taking U-turns sometimes in some people's driveways. This was reviewed by the Safety Committee and is being recommended for approval.
Second.
any other motions or discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Sorry to take so much of your time on that. That seems pretty self-evident. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again to Cheryl and Katie and your support groups and everyone else that's dealing with this issue. We'll make progress. I know that's just talk, but I know that there's a lot of good people putting good action into this as well. I'm sorry. Right, so, yeah, but that's what we have. So so next on the Selectmen's agenda is Marcia Ewing Current concerning abatement of a water bill, a water and sewer bill. Greetings. Well, if you'd prefer to use the table, we could do that. Well, there's precedent for setting up a microphone at the table, so hang on one second. Yep.
Thank you.
Sure. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ravosa. I represent Marcia Ewing Current. My office is at 1 South Avenue here in Natick, and she lives at 2 Lantern Lane here in Natick. And this is the case of the $10,000 water bill. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, but the history of it goes back to 2013, where her yearly water bill was $10,934.11. And she paid it like any good citizen would. And if I could hand out some literature to the board, is that?
You can certainly do so. I just want to, as we proceed with this, typically the board can receive information, but it's very difficult for us to act on it without having the opportunity to review it before the meeting. So we can certainly take a couple minutes to see what, take what you've got. But then the next steps will, we'll see where we go from there. But we do not have the benefit of having information in advance, so. And we have an entire process through the town by which water bills can be appealed.
Well, that's part of the concern, and that is why we're here tonight in part, because when she contacted the authorities to have her meter read, one of the meter readers that came, Wayne, told her, you might as well just pay the bill because there's nothing you can do about it because you don't have sewer. She has a septic system. So that was the first town employee that dissuaded her from filing an abatement. That was an immediate concern of mine when she came into my office. The second town employee that dissuaded her from filing an abatement was Mr. William Chenard. She has been working since receiving this bill, trying to get a resolution of this matter, and she has frankly been given the runaround and short shrift by these municipal employees, so much so that she had to hire an attorney. My first stop was to come here and let you folks know what's happening and not run into court like most lawyers would, although I have to tell you, the case law is certainly on our side based on the facts that have been relayed to me by the town officials and my client here. So when we talk about a grossly disproportionate bill, in the year 2011, her bill was $1,865.68. In 2012, $3,409.12. 2013, $10,934.11. And in 2014, $1,036.67. So that is the rundown of the recent history of her water bills for those years. The case law on point, the standard articulated by our courts is we have to prove a grossly disproportionate amount of money paid, which she did.
Be sure and tell him.
Yeah, and Mr. Chenard made something of the fact that she has a sprinkler system. Well, she had that tested, brought her technicians out, no leaks. She had her toilets tested, and just as a preemptive measure, had 3 toilets replaced in 2013. And then she, of course, has a swimming pool, which hasn't been used in 4 or 5 years, and gets topped off 2 or 3 times a year for 10 minutes to top it off. She doesn't use it. It's more of a decorative object in her yard, similar to a reflecting pool. So she's had all of the major water emanating devices on her property checked by the town, by other professionals, and there's no evidence of any leaks. And something I'll leave you with is a letter that came from Anthony Como, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, that the town has since circulated to residents when water bills are spiking to let them know there's a problem. So here we have a letter dated September 3rd, 2014, and I know you don't have the benefit of reading this before this meeting, but I'll leave a copy with all of you so you can maybe discuss it at some point and give us some direction. But it seems that the town has taken steps to notify residents, and they analyze water bills and let residents know that there could be a problem, and that was never done with Ms. Ewing Curran, so that's part of the concern.
So you're saying that there's never been any attempt to contact your client other than delivering a quarterly water bill?
Other than that and her initiating contact with town officials to try to get some resolution on this matter, most concerning from a legal standpoint was the disparate treatment she received in being dissuaded from filing for an abatement, and even her telling these officials that she's going to take these steps, lawful steps, and Mr. Chenard outright told her, if you file an abatement, I'm going to deny it. So that's something that, in all fairness.
Right, however, that is, that's,
relief you seek.
and that is standard, that we typically deny something that's not within an employee's, an employee cannot grant an abatement if he doesn't have the authority to do so. So that is a denial. That's part of the process. It's just like getting when you go to the zoning board, it's because
Certainly.
you've been denied.
Certainly.
So rather than impugn town employees, tell us what you would like.
We would like some direction as to what you think we should do to try to resolve this matter. Clearly, she doesn't have sewer. She was told that they don't even grant abatements in this town unless you have a sewer hookup. So if she's prevented from,
What she was told was, if she has sewer and can show that the excess water did not go down the sewer, the town would abate the sewer charge related to the water bill. That's what she was told.
That's correct, I was told that.
Okay, which routinely happens.
But I don't have sewer. And I live alone. I couldn't possibly have used that much water. I have contractors who come on my property through the summer. Hartney Graymont is one of them, and they come and do inspections. and spray trees, and I have a girl who comes and plants perennials and annuals in the summer, and she's there every week. And I have a yard man who's been with me the whole 28 years I've lived in Natick, and a couple of other folks. The pool guy comes, clean it. I haven't been able to swim. My husband died 2 years ago, and I've been sort of tied up with trying to resolve that. Anyway, all these people and me, I was a facilities manager for 25 years, and I've been in all kinds of venues with facilities, large corporations, manufacturing plants, and I've seen leaks everywhere. And I would have seen if there'd been a leak in my yard, but I can't tell you where the water went. We do have a problem in the neighborhood because our pipes are old. They are in many areas. And we had a leak just this week, right at the edge of my property in the street. And the town was out there through most of the day with a backhoe and some trucks. And then when the paving went on, there was also a big leak, unfortunately, the day after they'd finished paving top of the hill.
But you understand that's separate from a leak that happens on your property?
I understand, but I'm saying
after the water
it
meter.
is all very mysterious because I couldn't possibly have used that much water. My septic tank people, Robert Scott, and he's been here for years, they told me that if you had that much volume of water coming in the vicinity or through that septic tank, it would have washed out the whole thing and it would have been halfway down the block.
So, yep, go ahead, Rick.
Was this $10,000 bill spread out over a year's time? Is there an aberration on a monthly basis, a quarterly bill there, that we have a big spike? Because if you're doing $1,000 a year, that's 10 times the load.
We have in this package that he put together, this chart that a friend of mine did that shows the water bills for 2011, 2012, 2013, and 2014. And it shows it by quarter.
I'll leave a copy with all of you. The first quarter, $1,148.76. Second quarter, $61.55. Third quarter, $1,879.12. Fourth quarter, $7,844.68.
And your typical bill in the other years were quarterly, you had $1,000, right, so you had $1,000 in the whole year. In your first quarter, you had $1,000. I would have thought that would have raised an alert somewhere.
He's using a calendar year. We bill on a fiscal year basis. The problem with the property is that the property has historically large spikes in the summer months. The average winter use is 17 units since 2009. The average summer use since 2009 is 324 units. So it has abnormally large spikes in the summertime. So when we see those types of things, it indicates to us that they're using the water for filling the pool or for irrigation, etc. My understanding, and we don't discourage people from applying abatements, we simply tell them the reality. I, under your policy, do not have the authority to abate anything but sewer charges.
Right.
That's a policy the board voted that I have to adhere to. Okay? We tell the property owners. We want them to understand up front and not, we don't want to encourage them that they're going to get an abatement when in reality, I can't grant them an abatement. They're going to have to come and see you to get an abatement if the board so chooses. This particular year, it's my understanding that there was a problem with the pool and that the pool had a leak and it was filled. I do not know, I have no evidence of that, I can't prove that, but in the notes, I have a note that says pool problem. Okay, that's all I have. It doesn't matter. The reality is that this year in the first quarter, which would be through May, they used 234 units of water. The second quarter, they used 891 units of water. That is the 891 is the big anomaly. That bill was $7,844.68. Okay, that's the anomaly right there. That's the big use. That's the summertime use for this property.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So, Bill, in your experience, that volume of water, what is that? Layman's terms.
We don't know, unfortunately. And a property like this that sees very, very large summertime spikes, it could be a leak. Clearly the meter's functioning. Okay, it goes way down, as low as almost no usage. 7 units was the lowest over the last 6 years, and it goes way up. Clearly the meter's functioning. Clearly the water went through the meter. Where it went after it went through the meter, I can't honestly say. I don't know. It could be a leak. It could be someone left a hose running outside. You folks have seen numbers like that before when people have left hoses running.
So what I'd like to do is just have the board receive this information. We'll work with staff. We'll try to get analysis, see if what the determination will be. I'm not going to make any representation for what we'll be able to do. This is the first time you bring it to our attention, and normally we get some kind of documentation of stuff ahead of time.
We didn't know.
Not to
I
worry.
didn't even know who to go to.
Not to worry. So-
May I ask just one other thing?
Sure. You know what? I'm not sure that the audience can hear you through the microphone, so we should just
I
go right
just
ahead.
have one other question, and
Sure.
that is, I felt very much alone when this happened, and I did not find out for 6 months that it, actually 7.5 months, that it was going on in terms of heavy water usage in 2013.
Do you not get water bills?
I get water bills, but the water bills are a month and a week behind the end of, beyond the end of the quarter. And the first one I saw was in early July, maybe the second week of July in 2013. And I was concerned, and I called everybody who ever comes on my property, and I said, come out and have a look. I'm concerned about this. Now, that particular bill in dollars was $1,879. The year before, it'd been $184. This year, it was $34.10. And so I was in a panic. I said, my gosh, you know, I like to think that I know what's going on with water leaks and other aspects of facilities management. I've done it for years. I was head of engineering at the Deaconess for a number of years. And what's happening? And everybody just said, it's got to be a mistake. You couldn't possibly have consumed this much all by yourself. And even in this first period of March to May, I wasn't even home for a whole week of that 3-month period. I was in North Carolina burying my husband. And so it was even less time. Now, the next time, I mean, I thought, well, gee, you know, maybe it's the pipes in the neighborhood, or maybe it's a misreading or something like that. The difference between what happened with me and what happened with a woman who was given this letter in Natick after me was that she was approached by the water department. She found a stranger on her porch one day. He said, I'm from the water department. I brought you a letter. And are you aware that you're using an awful lot of water? And she said, well, as a matter of fact, I'm not surprised. I'm redoing my yard, and I have lots of plantings. And I've been using the sprinkler a lot. And he said, well, we just wanted you to know this letter was signed by Mr. Camus, or I don't know how to pronounce it, and that's in your package. And he said, you know, you can get an abatement. He told her this verbally. You can get an abatement, and this is how you do it. Well, the way I found out was after I got the next water bill. I'm going back to me now in 2013. I got the next water bill the beginning of the second week in October. And on 11th of October, Wayne came out when I called, and I said, somebody from the water department's got to come and look and help me. And he came out and he said, well, I read the meter every month. And he said, you know, the guys and I have been sitting around every month seeing these bills come in from this property, and we've decided that you're going to hold the record for paying the highest water bill for a residence in the town of Natick. Well,
So-
it was discouraging. I felt awful because I don't waste water.
So, ma'am, we will certainly take a look
Thank you.
at this. I cannot make any commitment for what
It's
we'll do.
fine.
And you know,
But please find out for me why I was treated differently. Why, you know, it was like Paul Revere came and warned the woman up in Natick before she got She probably had maybe 3 months. She might have had 2 months when he showed up. For me, it was 7.5 months, and I had to go find somebody to tell me what was going on.
We'll certainly look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. You bet. Please do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Do you have any questions or anything? I don't mind answering anything.
Well, I'm sure we will have questions, but
That's fine.
But as I say, like, we're just getting this now.
That's fine.
And so I think out of fairness to all, we probably want an opportunity to read it, and then, it might be helpful to get, your copy emailed. Is that possible to do? Could you send one?
That's the email address. We'll get it to you tomorrow morning.
Bill, do you have a card? Well, we don't, yeah, I think this is a good thing to go through, Mr. Chenard, so he'll give you a card. We'll get it, and we'll.
Terrific.
Because then he can route it to the water department, and there can be further discussions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I saw Mr. Shinat had also documentation. Could we possibly get copies of that as well?
I'm sure.
Thank you.
Great.
I spoke with Mr. Chenard on the phone once about this case as well.
Okay. Great.
Thank you very
Good.
much.
Thank
All
you
right.
for your time,
Thank you for
everyone.
seeing us
You
tonight.
bet.
Take care.
Thank you. Okay, for under discussion and decision, we have, is there anyone here who needs the board's, attention on any matter?
Mr. Hayes?
Are you here for
No. Okay.
grins?
Sure.
Oh, the financing authorization? Okay, and then you're leaving after that?
Can I put forward a motion?
What motion?
I want to put forward a motion that my daughter can't bring home a fourth dog to our house from school. All those in favor?
Well, sure, should we vote on it and then second? Okay. So let's get to agenda item 5, and then I think we'll get through a lot of these things fairly quickly.
No.
Oh, you want to do that?
12.
Oh, I'm sorry.
12.
All right, fine. MWRA financing authorization. Sorry.
What's in the folder you have signed?
Oh, that's all you're here for. All right. Mr. Chenard.
Okay, this is a follow-through on the vote of town meeting, fall 2014, Article 33, Motion C for the MWA funding for an I&I project. It is, if you recall, where they provide a large percentage of the funds for us. They give it to us as a grant. The remaining portion, this $202,050, is a 0% interest loan for 10 years, which makes the principal payment $20,205 a year. We're asking the board to authorize the treasurer to follow through on that borrowing.
Any questions by board members?
Moved.
That's a good question. Any other motions or discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thought that was an excellent discussion on whether to do the obvious.
You have to have the second vote?
Further voted?
You have further motions?
That we be authorized to take any actions to complete the borrowing, signing the certificates and everything that's necessary.
Correct.
Second.
Any other motions or discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Charlie. So I think this will need to be signed by the clerk. Now that we've,
Until it was voted, I was not.
right, no.
Funds are in there.
Okay. Last year, we appointed a regular member of the Zoning Board of Appeals from among, who's the then associate, so there's a vacancy for an associate member. I think this is the first time in a month that we've had 5 members, so it's unlikely we'll have a tie, but you never know. Ballots?
We do. But we don't have, make sure you get your own. Your name is up here.
Oh. All right, so, those are in the, it's a new regime. Ordinarily, we have to go to the trouble of writing our names.
Yes.
That's, I have that, Ms. Donovan. Okay.
You can just sit at the table if you want.
Donna, you're writing a tally, but what you now would normally do is say, I'll do it this time. Mr. Ostroff has voted for Mr. Makovsky, Mr. Jennett has voted for Mr. Makovsky, Mr. Connolly has voted for Ms. Charbonnet, Mr. Mombardi has voted for Mr. Makovsky, and Mr. Hughes has voted for Mr. Makovsky. So at a vote of 4-1, Mr. Makovsky is appointed as the associate member of the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. I would say to Ms. Charbonnet, there are many other opportunities to serve the town, and I hope that she will consider doing so.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
No, it's
All right.
unrelated.
Okay. Item 6 on the agenda is a request by the planning board for a special town meeting. The rationale that they made at their, at a recent meeting, I believe on February 4th, was that there was some timely matters that they wanted to be able to act on if town meeting approves it, specifically accessory use in industrial zoned areas. So if we were able to accomplish that in a special town meeting, rather than wait until the conclusion of the regular town meeting, it could be done that much quicker, which is, I guess, of benefit to the town. There may be some other articles that the planning board would like to see happen within a special, and I happen to be at the meeting on the 4th of February when they said if there is a special town meeting warrant that they would like to have certain items placed on it. Obviously, they would then not be heard on the regular town meeting warrant. I guess that we need, if we wanted to have a special within the regular town meeting, that need not be called tonight. I think that we could do it at our meeting of the 2nd and still have enough time to have a meeting around the,
Let me just refresh my recollection, what the ancillary use was at
So-
215 West Central Street. Where's that? Is that the auto repair shop that's in the residential zone down the end of West Central Street?
where do you get?
209, if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, go ahead.
209 is the Natick Office Park. 209. And that would be where the Planet Fitness, is it Planet Fitness?
It's 215?
Or NTB,
Oh, okay, okay.
NTB?
Subject line, I am not sure that's a correct
I
reference.
don't believe it is.
I'm sure it isn't.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is
that's
all
not a
about
correct
Yeah, that's, it
reference.
doesn't, I don't see.
Barbecue place over in East Natick Industrial Park, I thought.
Yeah,
I don't-
No, that's here.
Okay,
That's
let me-
Article
Can I start from
28.
the top, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. As I understand it, we have an article on the, that's been put on the warrant by the planning board for this upcoming Springtown meeting to propose as a change to the zoning bylaw to allow, in some instances, it's referred to as an ancillary use. In this instance, it's referred to as an ancillary outlet. And this concept originated when Blue Ribbon Barbecue, which has a warehouse facility in the Natick Industrial Park behind, off of Route 9. No, it's the other park?
No.
Okay, at an industrial park in Natick, and they wanted to have a retail outlet.
They wanted to lease or buy the building, and I don't recall
Okay.
which, and they were looking to,
I see. They're not, yes, thank you. They're not yet here in the community. They were contemplating a location here, but important to their operations, they wanted to have a retail outlet where they could sell and/or serve food. our zoning didn't allow it. So a proposal was put forward at fall town meeting to accomplish this. And there were a number of questions from town meeting members and otherwise, and it was, editorially, I will say that I sensed from the meeting an interest in accomplishing this, not just for Blue Ribbon, but that other businesses might want similar flexibility. But there were just too many questions and town meeting took no action. So the proposal is coming back, has been researched. I participated in several meetings to try to, in an effort to better perfect the zoning proposal, zoning bylaw change. And it is on the warrant for the upcoming spring annual town meeting. So what the planning board is suggesting is that if it were taken up on a special town meeting warrant, with that special town meeting embedded within our annual, then the special town meeting would dissolve sooner than would the annual, and it could have a little head start with its review by the Attorney General. Does that help?
If I could just clarify, the issue is that at fall town meeting, the article, the vote of town meeting was recorded as no action. And my understanding was that that wasn't the vote.
Well, no action was taken. It did not achieve the 2/3 necessary.
But, okay, it's recorded as no action.
I'm not sure.
But
and I'm
that's,
Okay.
sure that matters?
sure it doesn't.
It says, as recorded as no action for reasons of procedural and material deficiency. Now, I don't know what that means, outside of what you're saying is that there was a lot of questions about lack of information and they wanted more info.
Doesn't matter.
But
Right,
yeah, I don't
right.
think,
So
and I'm not sure.
it's certainly fair to say that that is not accurate, but the point is.
So what are they trying to overturn is what I don't understand.
It's
They'd
not
like-
overturned. An article with the same purpose, zoning bylaw change to allow a retail use, an ancillary outlet in conjunction with a wholesaling kind of facility in certain zoning districts is included on this warrant, period. The planning board is asking the board to consider special town meetings, and that, while that article is now on the annual, they would like it to be placed also on a special town meeting warrant. If that happens, we would take no action on that article at the annual, and let the special town meeting with that singular article, or others if others are submitted, take place early on within the annual town meeting schedule. Let that special town meeting dissolve, and thus this article would get about a 30-day head start with the Attorney General review, which is a 90-day review.
Otherwise, it has to wait till the end of town meeting before it goes to the attorney.
Thank you, that's an important piece of information. No vote, I'm sorry, Charlie, no vote is final until town meeting dissolves, plus a 7-day appeal period expires.
Why? Did somebody ask the planning board why this needs a 30-day?
Well, sure.
Because there's a deal out there that's pending on it?
Yeah, essentially.
Could we, instead of this
I get it. I'm
letter we
asking the
get
same
that
questions.
says that, somebody come down and tell us that?
Well, I'm telling you.
Because calling a special town meeting in the
Right.
middle of the annual isn't that easy procedurally, and it's another expense. And I'd just like to know what the rationale is.
It's all new to me.
I'm not,
It's also new to
I'm
the
picking on
economic.
anybody here.
It's also
So
new
the
to the
rationale is that we have.
and then we're gonna open up, they want other things.
Well, they have a couple of other things that they consider to be timely that would benefit also by having a head start. But we have the latitude to discuss that. It's considered an economic development issue in order to deal with this issue that was out there last fall. We've got someone interested in investing in the town. If it's going to bring, jobs and activity to an industrial park, it's certainly worth the time to do it, to have the discussion. We may or not want to call a special, but I would suggest that a good time to consider that would be our meeting on March 2nd. That would allow it to be considered within the FinCom's warrant hearings, for the spring anyway, without having a lot of disruption there. As long as I think, my sense is that we could call it on the 2nd, have the warrant closed sometime within a week or less after that. Correct me if you think I'm wrong.
48 hours, I think.
Yeah, and then that would allow it to be held on, I forget if it's the 21st, or what the specific date of
14th.
14th. So I think we'd still be okay from that perspective. So, yep.
How long do you have to keep open, so you post that
For-
you're gonna have it? 48 hours?
Right.
For anybody to put an article on at that point, so then it's
Right.
open quick and easy.
Right,
We don't have a lot of stress there.
right.
Quick, maybe not. I do agree with Mr. Hughes. There's
not trivial.
quite a series of administrative responsibilities that go along with this that are,
Is there any expense to it,
yes,
such as?
Advertising.
legal advertisement. Several
Service by
hundred.
the constables?
Yeah, constable service. Probably, wild guess, couple $1,000.
Right.
Can we ask town council if we can make a rule to require warrant articles be filed electronically, to save our staff from having to retype the stuff?
I think that we should handwrite that as a bylaw change.
Well, I mean,
No, clearly, yes. That's a.
I tried for years on finance committee, it just doesn't happen, they give it to me, drives you crazy,
We
but yeah.
did get it done this year, but it took a lot of chasing.
So anyway, is there further discussion? I would suggest that this could be an article
table
on the,
March 2nd.
for the March 2nd agenda. Great. I don't know if we need a motion, vote,
Okay.
whatever, so. Okay, on to,
Could I ask one thing?
sure.
Is, Martha, if and when you speak to the planning board about this, would you ask them to reach out to the chair of the Economic Development Committee, who was the sponsor of the original article, and it might be a good idea if they were aware, because we are not. Thank you.
Seventh item on the agenda is to approve and sign the spring annual town meeting warrant, which is
Move approval.
in
Second.
front of us, and it's 37 articles?
37 articles, including several citizen petition and committee submitted articles.
Right, so.
Got a number of unique topics on this warrant.
But we do not have on the warrant articles for which we are seeking no action, unpaid bills and so forth.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. In consultation with a number of people, the chair of the Board of Selectmen included, we determined to break habit by not including articles. There's a list of standard spring town meeting warrant articles and a list of standard fall town meeting warrant articles, and we historically have included all of that list, even if we know we will not be seeking any action on some of them. So we broke tradition, and this year we omitted some of the standard articles for which we know we don't need action, i.e. unpaid bills. And
legal?
then stabilization funds.
That's legal.
Oh, of course, yes, absolutely.
Thank
Yep,
you.
yep.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion to, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just ask Ms. White, are these articles now on the town website where Ms.,
Not until you sign the warrant, and yes, it will be, yep.
okay, all right.
And so after tonight, we'll put it out there.
Ms. Lentini will put them on the,
Just
okay.
type it in again.
We have like a dictation.
All right.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to sign the spring annual town meeting warrant. For motions, other motions or discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? So voted. It's more debate about signing a warrant than we've had in a little while. The town administrator review is still outstanding. My sense is that at our next meeting, if we don't have everything in hand, I'm going to propose an alternate method of accomplishing this, maybe different than the policy that we voted on the July 21st, or 28th. So we'll just have to work through that. But if members can get their reviews done and over to me to consolidate, then we can stick with the original plan. Anything else on that? Next is the voluntary sidewalk snow removal policy. Town council made a number of suggestions to it and provided some perspective on the legal liability to think what he said. is that there's liability from, on the part of the property owner, whether or not they make the effort to remove the snow. Clearly, if that's accurate, you've got less exposure if you've got a 6-foot high wall of snow than if you have 1 inch that still remains that somebody slips on. But the objective of my proposal is the same, to encourage people without compelling them to move sidewalk snow and to clear bus stops and hydrants and other obstructions, to make it easier for people to have access to sidewalks, particularly in the winter months. What are board member thoughts?
We got the sidewalk removal thing?
Well, I would ask the board to consider adopting this program as a trial and see if we're able to have any success, and have people, for example, reach out to the Community Services Department if they need help shoveling their sidewalk, and to encourage people to volunteer their time and expertise to do that, expressly not taking on liability if you, out of the kindness of your heart, are shoveling someone's sidewalk and you suffer an injury in the result. That's not, we're not saying that that's our fault. I don't know if that passes review. But that's the idea, is to just make this a safer place to walk. And now this is an extraordinary winter. I think that having 8 feet or whatever we're up to now, I wouldn't expect someone to tackle that all at once. But I think,
in theory, I think it's a great idea. I just, the policy and making it law or anything or punishable, I just think it's a wonderful effort if people can help one another, and if people can't do it, if there's an outreach of people that, hey, I'll come over and help you, I think it's a wonderful thing. It's just good neighborly goodwill, I think it's wonderful. And for us to remind people of that, or to encourage it, or even participate like yourself with the hydrant shoveling, I think it's wonderful. I'm a little cautious about treading on that, forcing it, and I use that word loosely. That's all but I think the theory is wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It was brought to my attention the other evening relative to the sidewalk, and the issue, obviously, of liability came up, and I didn't know what I could tell them, but I told them that I would present that as one of the concerns. Who's liable if somebody gets hurt while doing that? The public.
if someone gets hurt shoveling their own sidewalk, or shoveling someone else's sidewalk, or?
Well, is it their own, or is it a town-owned sidewalk?
Most of them are town.
That's.
Because they're in the right-of-way.
That's correct.
Right.
Liability issue for me isn't necessarily what John addressed. Even though the town owns it, so it's not, for instance, my property. If I go out and clear it and don't do a good job, I'm liable for it. Because it's through my negligence that's created the condition that caused the injury to somebody. John's talking about the issue of the town's liability in his craft. He didn't address the issue whether you want to be a nice guy and do the sidewalk, that's fine, but you better do it well. Town's liability on sidewalk issues there's a statute that says for ice and snow on town sidewalks, there's no liability. And for injuries in what they call defect in the way, potholes or steps in this, it's a $5,000 maximum. That doesn't apply to the person who goes out and clears the property and doesn't do a good job and creates a condition through negligence to cause an injury. I don't see that liability as, if you go out and you injure yourself, who's liable for that except for you?
So you don't see liability by a resident who fails to clear his snow and someone is injured walking on it?
It's not his snow.
No, not his sidewalk. But
not his property.
It's If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
It's like in my neighborhood, there is a sidewalk that runs along the street that the town does not clear. And if nobody cleared it, the kids would just walk in the street on their way to school. I cleared it for many years with my snow blower, and then now the fellow who lives across the street from me clears it with his snow blower because he has kids that walk to school. So what I'm hearing from Charlie is that during all those years, if anybody happened to slip and slide on that sidewalk and fell down, I would have been liable because I cleared the sidewalk.
Hey, it depends how you cleared it.
I understand, but
Maybe. Yeah.
somebody could make a case for it, et cetera, et cetera.
Anybody can sue anybody.
So, I know this is a very litigious society, and I just, no offense, Charlie, I just find it that it's like, this is crazy, and to John's point, I would agree with John's point is that somebody can volunteer to do it, so what? Sue me, I guess, I don't know. But if you're trying to help your neighbor and you're shoveling a walkway for people to pass through, and you try and keep it clear, and somebody slips and falls, the fact that you're liable to me is just stupid, pardon my language, and you can put that in the minutes if you want.
Well, it's already all over TV.
It's more important to be in the minutes so that all those historical people. But it's like, it's crazy, and so you're trying to do something really good here, and I get it. We can't mandate it, I don't believe, to John's point. And
Very good.
my only question is
It's
that
legal
who's,
to mandate it. You're right.
Absolutely.
City of Boston does it.
Many other communities do.
okay.
do it.
So who would be the enforcer? The police department?
You don't have an enforcement because this is voluntary.
I understand, but I'm just saying, if we were to mandate it,
That's
you
a
get into
whole other,
can of worms,
that's not
right?
on the table, so. I mean,
You could put out a proclamation or something and ask all the citizens, but I don't know what to do here. Trying to come up with a policy to me is a concern. I side with my fellow member, Mr. They're busy tonight, huh?
well, I didn't hear from John, not to put words in your mouth. I heard from you a concern about making it mandatory, not about making it voluntary. And this establishes a voluntary standard.
Yeah, and again, I just echo the goodwill, just like hopefully people would do anyway, just if, I don't like the idea of forcing it, I guess that was my word, I didn't want to think that,
You're using the word policy, and to me, that's not a good word.
Hydrants is an example.
Yeah, right, exactly. There you go.
Well, that's a good question. If somebody's house, if the hydrant wasn't shoveled out properly, could they be liable for that too? Hey, there's a good question for you, Charlie. Something to look at tomorrow.
Is there another word for it besides policy that we could do? Because policy, regulations, or
Program.
program is a better word.
Yeah.
That's a better word.
Just call it sidewalk snow removal program.
That's a.
Any place you see the word policy, we call it program.
I'm okay with that.
Compromise. You're the word man.
That was a tough one.
Well,
Proud of you.
Giving that to you for nothing.
Thank you.
so if you're looking for an endorsement,
Well, I would appreciate the board's consideration of this, really considering the situation we have in normal winters, not extraordinary ones like this, where because people aren't maintaining sidewalks in front of their houses, and because the town can never afford to achieve that without spending vastly more money than is available to us, it's a hazard. So I'd like to encourage people to walk safely without bringing the arm of the law down on folks. But a future board, a future town meeting might say, we need to mandate this, or do so in certain parts of town. So that's the thought. Right?
Did I understand from the email exchange today that the DPW director was looking for a couple minor tweaks, or have they already been incorporated?
That was a complete streets policy.
Ah, thank you.
Different.
Different topic, okay.
Yep, how we build it, not how we maintain it.
I ask that we table this and have you provide a final with the correction discussing.
It's in your packet.
Yeah, the only change is that we would, where we have the word policy, which appears in the subject line on section 1, intentions, and section 3, scope, And in communication, section 5, and liability, I mean, it produced like 6 times. And, yep,
The last attachment is the red line version, and the second to last is, I believe, the clean final.
Yep, correct.
Proposed final version, but for the change from policy program.
Exactly. So, there we have it. What's the board's pleasure?
Who's town council's concerns?
Town council, he made a number of suggestions to essentially perfect it. I
Are
think
they
they're
incorporated into the policy?
every single one.
Into the final or red line version?
Yep, yep. Yeah, the last 2 things in our packet show, both with his suggestions. One has his changes shown, and the other has them all accepted. So the one that says draft policy is a clean version with all of his changes accepted. I would ask for a motion, if the board wants to do it, to refer to this as a program and not a policy. Would not be signed by, as board policies typically are, but it's voted by the board and dated whatever date we voted, which obviously was February 9th.
So, under 6B, this policy does not lessen or waive the legal liability of a resident or property owner for any claims of damages. That's damages now. Charlie, you're the attorney here. Damages, does that mean if somebody slips and falls? Or property damage? So they're both covered in that statement to back up what you were
I
saying.
would say, yeah.
So it's, how can you can't force somebody to do it if they're a little concerned about the liability, but you can at least encourage it.
And John and I will go out there with a tape measure and see how many feet are shoveled.
Fair enough. I think also, if you're looking for a motion to support the sidewalk program, I'll be happy to do it. I think we get too hung up on litigation. Unfortunately, there's no protection, like Charlie said. Everyone can sue everybody. But have them call me. I'm pretty good at the shoveling thing, trust me. Chief.
If I can, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This is a voluntary program.
It is a voluntary program.
Okay, because,
So right in the title.
okay, and I
Not
want to
quite.
make sure
Sorry.
people understand.
How about that? If we say voluntary sidewalk snow removal policy? Program.
Program.
Would that be?
Only because there are people that are not capable, even though the sidewalk is in front of their house, but they're not capable of going out and,
That's right.
okay, so.
That would be an edit that I would second.
So if, John, would your motion be to approve a voluntary sidewalk snow removal program, and that every instance of the word policy be replaced with program?
Yes. Is that helpful?
I think so.
Yes. Second.
Yeah, I would second that,
Okay.
absolutely.
Are there any further motions? Further interminable discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Board, thank you very much. I don't think this is going to make much of a difference until it starts snowing again
nice
in
thought.
October or whatever, so I appreciate that. All right, on to acceptance of an easement for 117 North Main Street. Ms. White?
Yes, thank you. A memo in your packets from the town engineer, Mark Coviello, regarding recent construction of a new house at 117 North Main, and during that project, it was discovered, an existing drain line was discovered that ran through the middle of the property. So the DPW was unaware of this drain line, but it was determined that it was in fact a town drain, and that there was no proper easement for this town drain line. So the developer of the property agreed to cover at his own expense the cost of construction of a new drain line around the new house, so that the line wasn't running through the middle of the property. It was in a location, as I understand it, inconvenient to future use of the property, and to create a proper easement. So all of that work is complete and acceptable to the engineering office, and an easement document has been created and approved by council, signed by the current property owner, and awaiting the board's acceptance of the easement and signature on the document.
Move we accept.
Second.
Oh, it needs to be notarized, Mr.
Second, first, I'll move.
It's moved by Mr. Jeanette, seconded by Mr. Connolly. Any other motions or discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? One abstention? Great. Okay,
Thank you.
you bet.
Can I just ask,
Sure.
where was the easement going to? Because looking at the plan, I can't quite figure that
Probably
out.
across the street.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's like from North Main, it cuts along the property line.
It may go through a culvert under the CSX right-of-way.
Go over to that culvert
Okay,
up on.
that's
It's
fine.
between Lake and Kansas, right? Probably, yeah.
Right.
You.
Yeah, there's a lot of funky drainage there, so. Okay. We have a request for an exemption from Town Bylaws, Chapter 41, Section 4, for Barrett Tamarin Letty.
Counselor to substitute teacher as a second position.
Second.
Yep. Any other motions or discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Actually, I do have one question
Sure.
concerning that. Is there a record of all of these that we have voted somewhere?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think anybody has compiled them. It is something that, if we miss one, if a department head misses one, is unaware that whoever they're hiring already has a position with the town, actually, the payroll office has a good check and balance system, but I don't think anybody's maintaining a log.
But that's a good point,
I
because what
really-
happens when someone leaves or whatever?
Yeah,
we-
exactly.
mean-
I'm just, I don't like voting something. If it has to be voted, then it should be recorded, and if it's being recorded, is it being reviewed?
Well, it's certainly recorded, just in your minutes, and the document is filed
it's
with payroll.
typically-
So yeah, all of these documents are accumulated somewhere, so we could do that.
I would just feel that it would be a good follow-up, and let alone whether or not somebody has two or three of them. I know that sounds silly, but one could have one with the rec and the schools, or is
Well,
it
that's
allowed?
Why they're before you is if,
I understand,
with-
but are you allowed to have three different positions?
yeah, with the board's permission.
Okay. So that would be kind of good information to have if somebody was coming before us as to whether or
No,
not.
it's a good idea.
Thank you.
Good suggestion. Let's have a policy.
A new policy, yeah, just what I need.
We did MWRA financing legislation. The BAA is requesting permission for a training run. They really think that, like, they'll be able to run on the streets on March?
I move approval with the recommendation from the police department be accepted.
Second. Go ahead, John.
Either way.
Typical.
Any other motions or discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
That's 3 votes so far?
Yes, some.
4, 5 votes? That's enough. Any opposed? I'm guessing not. All in favor? Right. Please say, sorry, it's a vote, 5-0. American Liver Foundation requesting the use of the common for February 28th. This was a holdover because I guess they just couldn't do it on the 14th. And maybe they'll be able to do it on the 28th, similar to our previous request.
Okay. With the conditions that the police department's recommendation be
Right.
accepted.
Good. Any other motions or discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Natick Cab as a request for transfer of a taxi license.
With the police coming.
And I'll second that, too.
Go ahead, Nick.
No, that's all right.
Any other motions or
I'm sorry,
discussion?
Mr. Ostrov.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Just to clarify,
Yep.
public's knowledge, that's
Yep.
not transferring a license from one company to another, it's from one vehicle to another. Nick, second.
All right. So we
With
don't.
police approval.
Yep. So we do not have, I don't see Selectmen's concerns on this agenda, so that's a standing thing that we need to do as well.
Template today.
Yeah, not to worry. But is there anything that board members want to convey to the town administrator? Notwithstanding that we don't have an agenda item for that, because you're elected and you can do it, and we can always repeat it the next meeting.
If it's possible, Mr. Chairman, there was a financial planning committee meeting last Thursday. Is
Yes.
Are the minutes of that meeting public?
No.
They wouldn't, since there has not yet been a subsequent meeting,
Right.
they wouldn't have yet been voted by the committee.
But I anticipate that we'll get them done fairly soon.
The committee has had discussions that it needs to get its minutes approved by the committee and out on the website, which I think some have now gone out there, if I understand it correctly.
So if I can, Mr. Chairman, is
Sure.
there another Financial Planning Committee meeting scheduled?
I think we're thinking of possibly next week, but I just need to engage.
Has been confirmed.
Yeah, we just
Okay.
need to sort out schedules with a bunch of different people. So, yep, so that and potentially an executive session for the board for collective bargaining that we'll need to follow up on previous discussions. So we have those two outstanding things. And I think the meeting of March 2nd will be able to report out a lot of what the Financial Planning Committee has discussed.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, obviously, those are not secret meetings. You can discuss them anytime. Executive session meetings, I should say. Go ahead.
If I can, on electric bills, is there a contact, if someone received an electric bill and the electric bill has gone up, and they would just like an explanation of why there was an increase in the cost per kilowatt hour? Is there someone that they can, go ahead.
Yes, well, there will be, because as we were actually, I believe our information was very clear. It may not have necessarily been totally understood by everyone, but the rate that we were, that the Board of Selectmen signed up for with the Con Edison program, the town aggregation program, the savings that we were quoting were as compared to the January 1 prices for NSTAR, now known as Eversource. NSTAR had a very significant price increase effective January 1, as approved by the Mass Department of Utilities. So the savings that we were quoting were what customers would save as compared to what they would have paid if they'd stayed with NSTAR. But there is still an increase over December rates.
Okay, if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
If someone wanted to call or contact someone and just ask them for an explanation.
They should call Jillian Wilson Martin, whose phone number I could get for you. I'm afraid I don't have it in my head.
Okay, that would be.
They could email her.
Person that's in our correspondence, Nick?
Oh, this person is a very special case. She's going to take
Okay.
she's got a real,
Fine, just wanted to make.
a real problem on her hands that created not by the town, but by NSTAR. We're going to have to work individually with her to help unravel her problem. And I've already alerted Jillian and our consultants about this woman's situation. She's got a hairball on her hands.
But
Really don't, I
Ms.
object to that metaphor.
Ms. Wilson Martin,
Sorry.
Ms. Jillian
Wilson
Wilson
Martin.
Martin, I can say her email with confidence. It's J.W. Martin, all, as one word, J.W. Martin @natickma.org. And so folks with questions can email Jillian, and she will help people. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
It's org, yep. But the letter in your correspondence, I have received this also, and again, brought it to the attention of our consultants. We're gonna need to work with this woman and help her through her problems with NSTAR.
And if I can, just one more, I won't. Last Selectmen's meeting, there was a citizen that was requested to be put on the agenda. And I didn't see that on the agenda.
You mean Mrs. Brown?
What was the?
Well, she had asked to be on the agenda for discussion of a warrant article. So she.
We were able to include that. Mr. Ostroff recognized that we could take up her matter under the
under the agenda item, Springtown meeting warrant articles. So her matter, while her name wasn't included on the agenda, her matter was dealt with at the last meeting.
Okay, so there is a warrant article
Her
relative?
warrant, her article is on the warrant,
Oh,
absolutely.
okay. Well,
Absolutely.
please.
Someone else is the lead signer.
Yes.
Um,
No,
John Chickrell.
John Chickarello is.
I think they're two different
There's
projects.
two different articles.
Yes,
Oh, really?
correct.
Okay. My apologies.
Two different
Accepted.
articles.
I was looking to read that, but Josh hogged it, so
Okay.
never made it to this
Thank you
side of
very
the
much,
table.
Mr. Chair and Town Administrator, and the members of the board for.
Thank you, Chief, for your concern. for your
Move we
comment.
adjourn.
No,
Oh,
No.
could I?
sorry,
Close.
almost.
Yeah, we're not voting anything. Members are just sharing some concerns,
Yes.
and if we have to reshare them.
I just wanted to, if I may. Whitey, you heard that?
Yes.
I wanted to reach out to the public more than anything else, in that a lot of people have reached out to me with concerns about snow removal, DPW performances, time that it's taken to perform their duties, trash pickups. I just really want the public to understand that we have been very fortunate. We have a great DPW department that multitasks. Those who are plowing your streets also pick up your trash and all of the other duties that the DPW has. If there's a water main break during a snowstorm, several, as I understand, did happen, those fellows have to go and fix a water main pipe in horrible temperatures and conditions, and they're not able to plow. So I just wanted to reach out to everybody and make it very clear that DPW's performance, I think, has been excellent. And I think when you look around at all of the other communities that we are surrounded by, we're very fortunate that we have been in good shape. And I would just like to publicly laud the DPW for their performance, as well as police and fire and all of those who assist the citizens during these difficult times. And patience is a virtue, and it's something that we all have to have during this time. And I hope that everybody understands and that we can all work together. Thank you.
Any other,
Just one, Charlie, I promise. We're gonna get out of here by 9, guaranteed.
yeah, I
was
really,
my
this
guess.
is not the kind of meeting I'm used to running, I tell you.
This is the earliest
I
we'll
know.
ever be out under your
And
regime.
let's not dwell.
Do you know, do we know when Chief White's official swearing-in ceremony will be?
I asked him, he asked me. So he said we could do it tonight, but I really think his family would object. I look forward to scheduling that around the chief's schedule as quickly as possible.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I think that people are a little tuckered out by the weather and the storms, but but this is important and long overdue, and one could easily say we should have done it before the snow started to fly, but that's,
Except that we couldn't do it before the contract was signed, and for a variety of reasons, that only was completed
yeah,
within the last
Right.
2 weeks or so.
no argument. So motion to adjourn by Mr. Hughes, seconded by Mr. Connolly. Any other motions of discussion, all in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, wait, I forgot my laundry list. Just kidding.
Charlie, nice work. 9 o'clock.
I know.
Do we have something, you don't have your
To my vision, for my vision, 20 better than vision.